Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 8 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, The Reformed Churches. While Whitefield was arousing the churches of America with his impetuous eloquence, Frelinghuysen was doing the same work for the Dutch churches, especially in New Jersey. Many churches were organized, but there were very few ministers. During the first part of the 18th century, Presbyterian ministers were often secured for the churches. Vexatious delays were experienced in effecting an organization. The tie to the homeland was a source of weakness, as it prevented a sturdy self-development. Finally, in 1747, a coetus or assembly was formed by the Reverend Michael Schlatter, who headed a commission from the Amsterdam classis. But the power of this coetus was so limited that it hardly improved the condition of affairs. In 1753 it transformed itself into a classis on its own responsibility, but this so offended the more conservative members that they seceded and established a confrentic, which made much of the relationship with Holland. For years the controversy between these two bodies was carried on with extreme bitterness, wasting the church with strife. In 1770 the parties came together, and in the following year effected an independent organization, the claims of the American party being generally conceded. The national independence confirmed this result, and blew away the last breath of suspicion. The name of the church as then adopted was the Reformed Protestant Dutch Church of North America, which was changed in 1867 to that of the Reformed Church in America. The doctrines of the Dutch Church are of an extreme Calvinistic type, and more creeds are confessed than is the case with any other church in the world, perhaps with the exception of the Roman Catholic. The Apostles' Creed, the Nicene, the Athanasian (footnote: no other Protestant church in America formally receives this famous symbol), the Belgic Confession (1561), the Canons of Dort (1618-19), and the Heidelberg Catechism (1563) are held aloft as the standards of the faith. Parents presenting their children for baptism must avow adherence to the doctrines of the Church, and pledge the bringing up of their offspring in the same stern belief. The rigidity of her theology, however, does not prevent the Reformed Dutch Church from exemplifying a large charity in her relations with other Christian churches, and she has not been unaffected by the liberal currents of modern times. In 1770 the charter for Queen's College, New Jersey, was obtained, an institution which has had an honorable history under the name of Rutgers College. The Theological Seminary at New Brunswick, New Jersey, dates its first professorship in 1784, and thus claims a much older life than Andover. The church has had a noble activity in missionary and other enterprises. She has trained a learned and industrious ministry, and her membership has been characterized by rare intelligence and purity of life. The German Reformed Church is made up largely of the descendants of the Palatinate immigration. One of their first ministers was the Reverend George Michael Weiss, who reported their needs to the old country. Their first settled minister was Philip Boehm, who came to America in 1720, and whose church was in Whitpain Township, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. The real father of the church was Michael Schlatter, 1746, who organized and consolidated the scattered churches. It is remarkable that his appeal for funds in Europe in 1751 secured £20,000 from George II and the nobility of England. In 1793 the church became independent. The first coetus, or synod, was formed September 27th, 1747. In 1869 the name of the church was changed to that of the Reformed Church of the United States. The Heidelberg Catechism is the only legal standard of doctrine. This church has contributed greatly to the development of theology in America. Dr. F. A. Rauch gave an original tone to American philosophy, and the theological labors of Dr. John W. Nevin made a profound and widespread impression. He created a voluminous discussion. In this work he was assisted by Dr. Philip Schaff, who came over from Germany in 1844, and entered upon his work at Mercersburg with the zeal of an athlete, and his inaugural address on the Principles of Protestantism, published in 1854, struck a new keynote in our history. It was a plea for a broader and more Catholic conception of the Church, and one more in harmony with the idea of historical development. The German Reformed Church is not a large one, but its influence on American thought and religious life has been most beneficial. End of chapter 8. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 9, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, The Baptist Church. In 1770, the Baptists had 77 churches with about 5,000 members. What a marvelous growth since then has marked this aggressive body of Christians. Roger Williams was the real founder of the Baptist Church in America, but from the time that Hansard Knollys became the Puritan minister of Dover, New Hampshire, about 1638, whom Cotton Mather nicknamed Mr. Absurd no less, and Henry Dunster was compelled to resign the presidency of Harvard College in 1654, there were always people of Baptist sentiments in the country. Williams became convinced that his baptism in infancy was invalid, and was immersed by Ezekiel Holliman, a layman of his old church at Salem, who, in turn, with 10 others, was immersed by Williams. In March, 1639, a church was organized at Providence. Soon after, 1644, John Clark became pastor at Newport. Obadiah Holmes was the next pastor of this Newport church. In September, 1651, Holmes was publicly whipped in Boston for denying infant baptism, and this inhospitable reception of Baptist tenets induced him to seek Roger Williams's more congenial colony. But Massachusetts herself could not long refuse toleration to so earnest a people. In 1663 a church was planted at Swansea, and 2 years later another was organized in the very heart of the Puritan Commonwealth. A company of Baptists, driven out of Maine, set up worship in Charleston, South Carolina, in 1683, and the organization thus begun has had a continuous existence to the present time. Persecution broke up the Baptist Church in New York in 1669, but in 1702 they were permitted to establish their faith again, and the church thus newly founded is on the eve of the 2nd century of its life. The early history of the Baptists in America, as elsewhere, is a sad one. Themselves the pioneers of freedom, their founder illustrating in his noble commonwealth the principles of toleration, they were insulted, imprisoned, exiled. Massachusetts banished and whipped them, says Mr. Henry C. Vedder. New York fined, imprisoned, and banished them. Virginia cast them into prison for preaching the gospel, and even for hearing it. The first church established in Maine was so harried by violence, fines, and imprisonment that it was broken up. Milder treatment was experienced in some of the colonies, notably in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and South Carolina, and in the latter state Baptists increased rapidly." The noble conduct of the Baptists during the Revolution, and the exigencies of that struggle and of the Reconstruction that followed it, brought in the brighter era. They gave the Revolutionary arms the most hearty support. No Baptist name is found among the Loyalists. As has been well said, though they thought that the state should not meddle with religion, they believed there were times when religion should help the state. They memorialized the Virginia Convention and Colonial Congress, setting forth the demands of the great emergency. They went so far as to fix a day, July 15th, 1776, when independence should be declared. Their spirit in the war is well illustrated by one of their ministers, Reverend John Gano, chaplain of a New York regiment, who, in the heat of battle, "somehow got to the front of his regiment, but durst not quit his place for fear of dampening the spirits of the soldiers, or bringing upon himself the imputation of cowardice." In the settlement of the Constitution, no body of Christians stood so firmly for full religious freedom. They never receded from the position they took in their memorial to the Virginia Convention in 1775, "that toleration by the civil government is not sufficient; that no state religious establishment ought to exist; that all religious denominations ought to stand on the same footing; and that to all alike the protection of the government should be extended, securing to them the peaceable enjoyment of their own religious principles and modes of worship." That every plank in this platform was afterwards incorporated into the law of the nation is in large measure due to those prophets of the better time, men who were far in advance of their age. The national period has witnessed an almost unparalleled development of this once feeble but now mighty church. No part of this later history has reflected greater glory on the Baptists than their magnificent work for missions. There is no more heroic and saintly figure in the history of modern missions than Adoniram Judson. In 1812 he and Luther Rice sailed for India. On their voyage, their study of the Scriptures led them simultaneously, yet independently of each other, to adopt Baptist views; and when they reached Calcutta, they were baptized by immersion by an English Baptist missionary. This led to the formation of the Baptist General Convention, May, 1814, for furthering the work of missions. The work of Judson is a most thrilling chapter in the romance of missions. Burma was largely Christianized, and the missions to the Karens, to the Telugus, and to Assam were, after many a dark day, very successful. In 1878, the Telugu mission gathered in 10,000 converts, "a result of Christian labor which probably surpasses in magnitude any other ever known in Christian history." As if to reward the unconquerable patience and fortitude of America's pioneer foreign missionary, Judson, God has given such fruits to the Baptist toilers that their foreign missionary society, the American Baptist Missionary Union, has a larger number of communicants than any other society in the foreign field. Including their first decade, 1814 to 24, which gave them only one church of 18 members, "they have organized one church for every 3 weeks, or about 17 a year, and baptized one convert for every 3 hours, day and night, or about 3,000 a year, over 225,000 in all." Not less active have the Baptists been in home missionary zeal. A people so conscientious and tenacious of individual opinion as the Baptists could not be without the stirring of the waters of controversy. On the refusal by the American Bible Society, in 1835, to publish any longer the Bible versions of the Baptist missionaries, in which they rendered the Greek words bapto and baptizo by the native equivalent of immerse, a violent war ensued. In 1837, the Baptists withdrew from the society and organized the American and Foreign Bible Society. Many desired the new society to undertake a translation into English to supersede, among the Baptists, the authorized version. The majority resisted this, until finally the contention became so hot that in 1850 the minority withdrew and organized a second Baptist Bible Society, the American Bible Union. In 1865, the most competent scholars in the Baptist Church, under the auspices of the Bible Union, issued a version of the New Testament, which, though it had very little circulation among Christians generally, and only a very limited sale among the Baptists, helped to prepare the way for the more Catholic undertaking of the Anglo-American Revision Committee. In time, however, a peaceable settlement of matters in dispute was arrived at, and in 1883 the foreign translation work was transferred to the Missionary Union, and the home work to the Publication Society. Another famous controversy was that over the teaching of Alexander Campbell. Under the leadership of this great debater and theologian, the Mahoning Baptist Association of Ohio became thoroughly impregnated with his views. This caused the Beaver Association of the same state to publish an appeal to the churches, in which Campbell and the Mahoning Association were arraigned as untrue to the doctrines of the Bible. Men of eminent ability ranged themselves on one side or the other, and the entire Baptist Church of the West and South, that magnificent result of apostolic labors of fearless and devoted evangelists, was cleft in twain. It is possible that a spirit of concession and mutual respect would have saved the Church the demoralization of this disastrous schism. The Baptist Church has made a noble record in the history of American Christianity. Her educational work has been most creditable. James Manning became president of her first college, at Warren, Rhode Island, in 1765. In 1770, the college was removed to Providence, and in 1804 its name was changed to Brown University. This institution has had a marked influence on the life and thought of the Baptist churches. Recently, 1892, through the benefactions of Mr. John D. Rockefeller, the Chicago University has been reorganized under the presidency of Dr. William R. Harper. It will make generous provision for special research and advanced work. Baptist scholars like Ripley, Hackett, and Conant, not to speak of living men, have made illustrious biblical learning in America. The future of this great church, which combines in so admirable a way liberty of thought and loyalty to the Word of God, is radiant with abundant promise. End of chapter 9. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 10 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Presbyterian Church. No church has had a deeper influence on the life and thought of the United States than the Presbyterian. The Presbyterians claim as their first church the one organized in New Amsterdam, New York, in 1628, by the Reverend Jonas Michaelius, which, though a Reformed Dutch church, was Presbyterian in polity and doctrine. In fact, it was the first Protestant church organized in the New World, the church at Plymouth having been simply transplanted as an organization from Holland. There were many Presbyterians, indeed, in the Puritan immigration. Owing to the persecutions by the Episcopal Governor of Virginia, Sir William Berkeley, the Presbyterians in that colony removed to Maryland, and settled on the site of the city of Annapolis. There Francis Doty, 1658, and Matthew Hill, 1667, preached to them. New England only narrowly escaped having a strong Presbyterian infusion. Divers gentlemen in Scotland, says Cotton Mather, wrote to the New Englanders at an early date to ask, quote, whether they might be suffered freely to exercise their Presbyterian church government, in the colony. An affirmative answer was returned. A storm at sea and adverse winds, which drove back the Scotch emigrants, prevented what might have been a most influential development in the history of New England. However, many of the early New England ministers were semi-Presbyterian, a golden mean, a sweet sort of temperance between rigid Presbyterianism and leveling Brownism." Mather thought that the "heads of agreement" between the Presbyterian and Congregational ministers, drawn up in London in 1690, give a true description of "our ecclesiastical constitution." Writing to Robert Woodrow, a Scotch minister and historian, August 8th, 1718, he says, "We are comforted with great numbers of our oppressed brethren coming over from the north of Ireland unto us," referring to the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians driven out by prelatical fury. "They find so very little difference in the management of our churches from theirs and yours, as to count it next unto none at all. Not a few ministers of the Scotch nation, coming over hither, have heretofore been invited unto settlements with our churches." So strong did this Presbyterian contingent become, that as early as 1745 a presbytery was formed at Londonderry, New Hampshire. Francis Makemie, an Irish minister from Donegal, who came to America in 1681 in answer to a call for workers, was the real founder of the Presbyterian Church in America. Indefatigable, fearless of persecution, he went about Maryland and Virginia, establishing churches, encouraging the faint-hearted, bringing over ministers from the old country, and at length seeing the formation of the first presbytery in 1705 at Philadelphia. In 1716 the first synod was formed. The American Church was composed largely of Scotch-Irish and of Scotch people, who held firmly to the Westminster standards. To thwart any heretical tendencies, they determined to bind the Church to their home creed. In 1729 the synod passed the "Adopting Act," by which the Westminster Confession was made the symbol of the Church's faith, but in significant words whose meaning would be certainly pressed by the liberal wing of the Church. That confession was declared "as being, in all the essential and necessary articles, good forms of sound words and system of Christian doctrine," and it was also laid down that no one should be required to assent to articles "not essential and necessary to doctrine, worship, and government." Any strict construction of the terms of subscription became, therefore, impossible in American Presbyterianism. The Presbyterian Church, as Dr. Leonard Bacon remarked, is of easy cleavage. The first break took place in 1745. Its cause was the question of ministerial education and of revivals. The American section of the Church, as a rule, was in favor of earnest evangelical preaching, of aggressive methods, and of employing men who were well qualified in zeal and general gifts, even if their educational advantages had been meager. The Scotch section, on the other hand, held stubbornly to the slow and conservative ways of their fathers, and contended for a well-educated ministry. In 1726, William Tennant, a man of genuine apostolic mold, built in his parish at Neshaming, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a log house, the celebrated Log College, in which his sons and many other young men were educated by him for the ministry. The Synod of Philadelphia objected to his system of education as too superficial, and to the general spirit of evangelism which he fostered. At this time also occurred the great revival under Whitefield, in which he was mightily seconded by Gilbert Tennant, son of the pastor at Neshaming, and this great awakening brought to a point of rupture the strained feeling between the New Side and the Old Side, as the parties were called. In 1741 the Presbytery of New Brunswick seceded from the Synod of Philadelphia, and in 1745 the Presbytery of New York joined the Progressive Party and organized an independent synod. In 1758 both parties buried their differences and came together. It is unnecessary to say that during the War of the Revolution the Presbyterian people and clergy stood as one man for independence. They rivaled the Baptists and Congregationalists in their patriotic zeal. After that began a period of magnificent development. With an educated and earnest ministry, the Church spread westward and southward, incorporating a large part of the intelligent and well-to-do classes. By the Plan of Union of 1801, the New England emigration to the West was swept into the bosom of the Presbyterian Church, and the Congregationalists, the other party in the plan, were virtually inhibited from the Eastern and Western states. But like the wooden horse within the gates of Troy, this arrangement, ostensibly so happy for the Presbyterians, portended danger. Multitudes of pastors, trained in the freer air of New England and in the theology of Andover and New Haven, were settled over Presbyterian churches. The Church was gradually growing away from the extreme Calvinism of the elder days. The old school party, as the stricter element was called, became alarmed. They protested at the loosening of theological bonds. Their protests fell on heedless ears. Then they tried ecclesiastical discipline. They selected representative New School men. The trial of Lyman Beecher at Cincinnati, 1835, and of Albert Barnes at Philadelphia, 1830, for heresy, although fruitless in the efforts aimed at, precipitated the rupture of the Church. In May, 1837, the Old School party, being in a majority, cut off 3 of the synods of western New York and 1 in Ohio. Impassioned agitation followed, and division resulted. The slave question was another wedge. In 1857, the Southern Assemblies, New School, withdrew and formed the United Synod of the Presbyterian Church, and in 1861 the Old School assemblies in the South left their relations in the North. The 2 seceding bodies united in 1863 in the great church now known as the Presbyterian Church in the United States. After 1862, fraternal intercommunion began between the 2 northern churches, and at length, November 12, 1869, at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the plan of union was adopted. The first union meeting was held at Philadelphia in May, 1870, amid the wildest rejoicings and the congratulations of all bodies of Christians. May the union between the northern and southern churches be not long delayed. An impending crisis in the trial of Professor Charles H. Briggs, of Union Theological Seminary, for alleged heretical views, bids likely to rival the famous trials of Beecher and Barnes in disastrous results to the peace of the Church. The Presbyterian Church has made an unrivaled record in educational work. The College of New Jersey, commonly called Princeton College, founded in 1746, is the mother of numerous schools of like character. No church in the country has done so much for theological scholarship. Her theological seminaries at Princeton, New Jersey, founded 1812, Auburn, New York, 1819, New York City, 1835, Allegheny City, Pennsylvania, 1827, Cincinnati, 1829, Chicago, 1830, and others, are not surpassed by any in the world. Men famous equally for learning and piety have shed luster on this representative American church. Archibald Alexander and his 2 sons, James Waddell and Joseph Addison, were an illustrious trio of scholars and saints whose influence has been perpetuated at Princeton by the Hodges, father and son. Edward Robinson, after Moses Stuart, has been thus far, perhaps, the greatest man in biblical scholarship in America. The Presbyterian Church has had a most salutary influence on the religious life and thought in the United States. No church has received higher honor, and that honor has been richly deserved for her work in education, theological literature, and public morality. The most recent movements are the Pan-Presbyterian Councils, congresses of all the Reformed churches throughout the world, which met in Edinburgh in 1877, in Philadelphia in 1880, in Belfast in 1884, and in London in 1888, and the Westminster Confession Revision movement, which has been heartily taken up by the Mother Church. A very conservative revision within the limits of Calvinism has already been submitted to the presbyteries for their endorsement or rejection. The more progressive men, dissatisfied with such a timid dealing with the venerable symbol, will be likely to content themselves with their own freedom of thought within the limits allowed by the liberal terms of subscription. End of chapter 10. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 11 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, The Lutheran Church. The German Lutherans formed a part of the very earliest Dutch immigration, but they were not allowed to have any religious privileges in New Amsterdam until the British gained the upper hand in 1664. Before that, however, they had established themselves in Delaware in the possession of their full ecclesiastical rights. In 1638, the Swedish Lutherans sailed up the Delaware and founded Fort Christina, near the present site of Wilmington. A minister, Torkillus, was one of the colonists. A house of worship was immediately erected, and public services were inaugurated. His successor, John Campanius, is noted for being the first Protestant missionary to the American Indians. He translated Luther's Shorter Catechism into the language of the aborigines, and copies of this literary relic, the first book of the kind after Eliot's Indian Bible, printed in Upsala, are still preserved. Many of these Swedes, not having pastoral oversight, were gathered into the Episcopal Church. An interesting event was the ordination, by several Swedish ministers, of Justice Faulkner in 1701, the first Lutheran ordination in America, because it proved that the Swedes repudiated the episcopal constitution of the Church. The oppressions and wars of Louis XIV. In the Palatinate compelled thousands of Lutherans to flee. In 1710, tides of immigration set in, helped by the good hand of Queen Anne. The settlers sought the beautiful lands of the Hudson, where they received liberal grants, but their people and their lands were subsequently taken from them by another church. The Salzburgers came over in 1734 with their ministers, and drifted southward to Georgia and the Carolinas. This early period of American Lutherans was one of disorganization. There were few ministers, and the people were scattered abroad as sheep without a shepherd. But they brought over with them their Bibles, hymn books, their Arndt's True Christianity, and on those they fed their religious life until a better day dawned. That day dawned with the coming of Henry Melchior Muhlenberg, 1742, the founder of Lutheranism in America, one of the noblest figures in American church history. He was only 31 years old, fresh from the evangelical atmosphere of Halle. He was a man of great and abounding gifts, of earnest moral force, and he entered upon his work with burning enthusiasm. He preached everywhere, gathering hearers wherever he could find them, organizing them into churches, catechizing the children, and doing the pioneer work of an apostle with indefatigable zeal. He early encountered Count Zinzendorf, who had come over the year before, and who, though a Moravian, took the Lutherans under his supervision. Halle supported Muhlenberg by sending him new workers, and by their help the church was founded on a firm basis, and the first Lutheran synod was organized in 1748. It is to the ability, liberal views, foresight, industry, and unconquerable faith of Muhlenberg that the American Lutheran Church owes its firm and exalted position. When he died at his home in New Providence, Trapp, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, October 7th, 1787, his own Synod of Pennsylvania numbered 24 clerical members. Dr. William Augustus Muhlenberg, the founder of St. John Land, Long Island, and the author of the hymn, "I Would Not Live Alway," was the great-grandson of the patriarch of Lutheranism. No stain rests upon the loyalty of the Lutherans to the rights of the colonies during the Revolutionary struggle. They supported the cause of liberty with an unflinching patriotism. One of the sons of Muhlenberg left his pulpit for the camp, and rose to the rank of major general. Another was driven from his church in New York City by the British, and afterwards became a member of Congress. The Hessian soldiers, whom the British took to fight their American kinsmen, remained in America after the close of the war, and were soon incorporated into the Lutheran Church. 1,200 soldiers from Brunswick, with 7 officers and their chaplain, entered at one time into the American Church. 7,000 Hessians found homes on this side of the Atlantic, and were received into the Church of their fatherland. With the opening of the century, the progress of the Lutheran Church was hindered through many causes. Chief of these was the indisposition to use English in the church services. The young people drifted into the other churches, while the conservatives were clamoring for the exclusive use of the German language. It was not until 1809 that a Lutheran church was built in which the services were conducted exclusively in English. But with a disposition to meet the needs of the age, prosperity again returned. Several synods were formed: that of New York in 1785, that of North Carolina in 1803, the Synod of Ohio and adjacent states in 1803, and the Synod of Maryland and Virginia in 1819. All these synods, except that of Ohio, united in the General Synod of 1820, the formation of which was an important epoch in the history of the Church. This synod stood on the platform of the Augsburg Confession for all fundamental doctrines, "with acknowledged deviation in minor or non-fundamental points." This platform did not at all satisfy the more uncompromising Lutherans, and several synods kept aloof from the General Synod. These at length came together in the General Council, 1866, which held to the Augsburg Confession in the most stringent interpretation of that instrument, and to all the other declarations of the Book of Concord. The rule set forth by the General Council is, "Lutheran pulpits are for Lutheran ministers only," in this respect a copy of the Episcopal rule, "Lutheran altars for Lutheran communicants only." It is understood, however, that although the German ministers adhere pretty strictly to the rule, the English members are not held by it. But in spite of this independent union — it cannot be called defection — of the High Church Lutherans, many European congregations formed here which were absolutely untouched by the spirit of compromise or fraternity, kept coldly aloof. In 1872 there was organized at Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Synodical Conference of North America, which holds to all the Lutheran symbols in the most rigid manner, and refuses the slightest recognition of the Christian standing of the other denominations. This conference is often called the Missourians, as it is composed largely of the Missouri churches. The American Lutheran Church presents the peculiar spectacle, therefore, of a church one and undivided, with the same polity and creed, without sect or schism, yet grouped into independent and mutually exclusive bodies, whose only note of difference is the degree of strictness with which they hold to all the Lutheran symbols of the 16th century. The Lutheran Church also felt the dividing hand of the rebellion. In 1863 the Southern Lutherans withdrew from the fellowship of their brethren at the North, and organized the General Synod of the Confederate States. The name was afterwards changed to the General Synod of North America. In 1886, the General Synod of the South was organized at Roanoke, Virginia. It occupies the precise ground of the General Council. In 1765, a private theological seminary was started under the care of Drs. Helmuth and Schmidt, and in 1787 the Pennsylvania legislature chartered Franklin College, "for the special benefit of the Germans of the Commonwealth, as an acknowledgment of services by them rendered to the state, and in consideration of their industry, economy, and public virtues." In 1791, the same legislature made another grateful recognition of the patriotic services of the Lutherans in the gift of 5,000 acres of land "to the free schools of the Lutheran Church in Philadelphia." The Gettysburg Theological Seminary was organized in 1825, Concordia Theological Seminary of St. Louis in 1839, and the Theological Seminary at Philadelphia in 1864. The educational work of the Lutherans has been most creditable, and the general influence of this American representative of the mother of Protestantism on the life of the country has been most salutary. The Lutheran Church in America preaches the gospel in 8 or 10 different tongues, the polyglot Church, which, in her pure and thorough patriotism, never forgets the supreme religious needs of her children. End of chapter 11. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 12, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, American Methodism. The history of Methodism in America is almost contemporary with our national life. During the Revolutionary period, its few preachers, so small was their number and so suspiciously were they scanned, seemed to be engaged in a hopeless struggle in their effort to contribute anything towards the religious development of the people. But with national independence, the real history of the aggressive life of Methodism began. The youngest of all the historic churches of Protestantism, it has grown to be the largest. While it has profited alike by the wisdom and the errors of the older religious bodies, it has sent the overflowing of its prosperity into all the churches, imparting life and vigor to every communion it has touched. Yet its own growth has been the marvel of history. Having but recently celebrated the centennial of its organization, continuing the hopefulness of youth and the vigor of manhood, it looks into the veiled face of the 20th century with an abounding faith and an undaunted courage. The first Methodists who touched foot on the American continent, of whom we have any knowledge, were the German refugees from the Palatinate, who had made a temporary home in Ireland, where they were converted by the Methodist evangelists and gathered into classes. In August, 1760, a band of these people landed in New York. Among them were Philip Embury, a local preacher, and Barbara Heck, wife of Paul Heck. The latter was a woman of fervent piety and intellectual force, and it was owing to her influence that Embury began preaching in 1766, first in his own house, then in a hired room, and in the next year in a rigging loft, celebrated as the birthplace of Methodism in the New World. Just as Embury had consolidated a congregation, a man of fiery zeal and popular gifts came upon the scene. This was Captain Thomas Webb. Converted under Wesley's preaching in Bristol 2 years before, he longed for association with the Methodists. As soon as he heard that they had established public worship in New York, he left his barracks in Albany, and, in the spring of 1767, appeared as the unexpected champion of the infant cause. He was the providential man. "The little society needed a leader. Webb was born to command. They needed another preacher of more experience, learning, and power. Webb was one of the best preachers then on the continent of America. They needed money wherewith to house their young society. Webb was rich and generous. It would have been a hard matter for them to have suited themselves by a choice out of all the Methodist preachers better than God had suited them." Footnote: As a preacher, Webb had something of the fire and power of Whitefield. In 1774, John Adams, an impartial witness, describes him thus: "Mr. Webb is one of the most fluent, eloquent men I ever heard. He reaches the imagination and touches the passions very well, and expresses himself with great propriety." In McClintock and Strong's Cyclopedia, Volume 10, page 897, the Rev. John Alfred Faulkner gives a sketch of the life of this remarkable man. The congregation soon overflowed the narrow quarters, and in 1768 a church was built on John Street, on the same site on which the present John Street Church stands. Webb was soon in Philadelphia, where he gathered a class in 1767 or 1768, and bought the first Methodist church in that city, St. George's, in 1770. Everywhere the church was spreading. Webb went like a flame of fire through Long Island, New Jersey, and southeastern Pennsylvania. At the same time that Embury was preaching in New York, Robert Strawbridge was forming societies in Maryland, and Robert Williams, who, like all the rest of these early preachers, was a layman, in Virginia and North Carolina. The cry for more helpers went over to England. This was answered by the Leeds Conference, August 3, 1769, in sending the volunteers Richard Boardman and Joseph Pilmore. Boardman was assigned to New York, Pilmore to Philadelphia. In 2 years more they were joined by Francis Asbury, whose name stands for so much in Methodist history, and Richard Wright. The most prominent man of that early time, however, was Thomas Rankin, a Scotchman, whose heart had been touched by Whitefield's eloquence, and who became one of Wesley's most tried and trusted friends. In 1773 the latter sent Rankin as the general superintendent of the American work. Shadford accompanied him. Without delay, Rankin called the preachers together. The first conference was held in St. George's Church, Philadelphia, July 14th to 16th, 1773, Rankin in the chair, when 10 preachers came together, who reported a class membership of 1,160. The Revolution had a disastrous effect on the Methodist movement. The preachers were Englishmen, fresh from the mother country, to which they were loyally attached; and as soon as the war broke out, their work was disturbed, they themselves regarded with suspicion and often persecuted, and before the war was over, in 1781, every one of them except Asbury was in Canada or England. Some remained as long as possible, prosecuting their work under immense difficulties. The conference of the second year of the Revolution, 1776, reported a membership of 4,921, with 25 preachers, and in the third year, 1777, 6,968 members and 38 preachers. When the British preachers were driven back, they left the work in the hands of native helpers; and when the British troops were in possession of Philadelphia and New York, they allowed the work to go on unimpeded. During the British possession of the latter city, the John Street Church was the only church open, and it was packed with hearers, many of them wealthy and aristocratic people, who listened to the gospel proclaimed by the most able and earnest preachers of the day. Asbury, who took supervision of the entire work in 1778, on Rankin's departure for England, with large foresight saw the drift of history, wisely adapted himself to the great crisis, and cared, as best he could, for his little flock. Thus, between the American preachers who were loyal to the colonies, and the British preachers who, as in New York, were sometimes shielded by the British sword, the infant church did not fare as badly as might be supposed. In 1783, a year after the close of the war, Asbury could write in his enthusiastic strain, We have about 14,000 members, between 70 and 80 traveling preachers, between 30 and 40 circuits. I admire the simplicity of our preachers. I do not think there has appeared another such a company of young devoted men. The gospel has taken a universal spread. Oh, America, America! It will certainly be the glory of the world for religion." Footnote. Compare this prophecy with the later one of Edward Irving, "America shall be great neither for Christ nor Antichrist." End footnote. The war being over, the colonies an independent nation, the Church of England in America utterly disorganized, with most of her clergy in exile, there remained no longer a reluctance on the part of Wesley, in the face of the crying needs of the work, to place the Methodist movement in America on a substantial basis. The cry was for ordained men and the administration of the sacraments. The English bishops had long since refused to officially sanction the Wesleyan revival. It only remained, therefore, for Wesley to set about this work after the fashion of the early Church, and in the use of the powers with which he believed God had entrusted him for his extraordinary mission. Accordingly, in September, 1784, at Bristol, he ordained Richard Whatcoat and Thomas Vasey elders or presbyters, and Thomas Coke bishop or superintendent. These 3 men arrived in New York November 3rd, 1784, and at once began the full exercise of their ministerial functions. At the ensuing conference, the Christmas Conference, held in the Lovely Lane Chapel, Baltimore, December 24th, 1784, to January 4th, 1785, at which Dr. Coke presided, the recommendations of Wesley were read and accepted. Coke and Asbury were elected superintendents. Asbury was ordained deacon and elder, and afterwards consecrated superintendent. With the same unanimity, the name of the church was fixed upon, the Methodist Episcopal Church. Wesley's abridgment of the 39 Articles was adopted as the doctrinal basis, and a liturgy was ordered. Some have blamed Wesley for giving an episcopal organization and an independent existence as a church to his societies in America. His letter to Coke, Asbury, and "our brethren in North America," however, shows that he proceeded with the utmost deliberation, and after a full survey of the case. Among other things, he says, "It has, indeed, been proposed to desire the English bishops to ordain part of our preachers for America. But to this I object. 1. I desired the Bishop of London to ordain only one, but could not prevail. 2. If they consented, we know the slowness of their proceeding, but the matter admits of no delay. 3. If they would ordain them now, they would likewise expect to govern them, and how grievously would this entangle us? 4. As our American brethren are now totally disentangled both from the state and from the English hierarchy, we dare not entangle them again, either with the one or the other. They are now at full liberty simply to follow the Scriptures and the primitive Church, and we judge it best that they should stand fast in that liberty wherewith God has so strangely made them free." It cannot be denied that history has abundantly justified Wesley's practical Christian statesmanship in this momentous crisis of his work. The history of Methodism for the next 30 years is the history of Francis Asbury. He was the dauntless pioneer who proved wise the choice of his brethren by labors apostolic. With unsurpassed organizing talent, a preacher of no mean gifts, with a heroism that knew no fear, and a devotion that knew no rest, he saw the Methodist Episcopal Church grow from a feeble plant to a tree that covered the nation. He traveled 6,000 miles a year. "Within the compass of every year the borderers of Canada and the planters of Mississippi looked for the coming of this primitive bishop, and were not disappointed." He led his preachers across the Alleghanies, keeping step with the westward current. He ordained the first man ever set apart to the ministry in the valley of the Mississippi. When he began his work, there were 4 preachers and 316 members. When he died, in 1816, there were 700 ministers, 2,000 local preachers, and over 214,000 members. His salary was $64 a year. It is to the indomitable labors of this heroic man, who combined in so remarkable a degree religious zeal with profound sagacity, that American Methodism owed the immense vantage ground it secured in the early years of our national life. It is impossible in this brief sketch to do justice to the later history. The sailing has not always been on smooth waters. The power of the bishops and the supremacy of the clergy were an early bone of contention. The unfortunate refusal of lay representation in the church councils, and certain objections to episcopal authority, caused many a bitter struggle in the earlier part of the present century. This issued at last in the formation of the Methodist Protestant Church in Baltimore, November 2nd, 1830. The question of slavery caused 2 divisions. The protest against slavery placed in the first disciplines had been gradually withdrawn, or toned down, or explained away, until members and local preachers held slaves without rebuke. But when regular ministers began to hold slaves, the voice of the North was heard in violent opposition. The Reverend Francis A. Harding was suspended from the ministry for refusing to manumit his slaves, 1844, and at the same time Bishop James O. Andrew was ordered to desist from the exercise of his office so long as he owned slaves. It is a significant note of the times that this request was not based on any moral consideration whatever, or on any violation of the discipline, but purely on prudential reasons. The profound agitation which followed issued in the formation of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, May, 1845. This was the first break in any American church on the question of slavery. At least this is true of a geographical division on the questions at issue between the North and the South. But the year before that memorable General Conference of 1844, a church had been formed in the North of members of the Methodist Episcopal Church, based on the latter's tolerance of slavery. It was called the Wesleyan Church of America. All the offshoots from the parent stock of American Methodism have had a vigorous life, and have kept up the traditions of the older church for aggressive work and earnest preaching. In 1883, all the Methodist bodies of Canada became one church. The division of 1858 in the Methodist Protestant Church, on the inevitable slavery issue, was healed in 1877. 3 of the African churches are now engaged in settling a basis of union, and their consolidation may be confidently expected. There is a strong feeling that makes for the union of the 2 great Methodist Episcopal churches. The Ecumenical Methodist Conferences of London, September, 1881, and of Washington, October, 1891, have lent an irresistible impulse to that tendency towards Christian union, which is the glory of the present age. John Dickens, one of the most large-minded of the founders of the Methodist Church in the United States, proposed to Asbury the plan of an academy or college as early as 1780. Asbury entered enthusiastically into the plan, which was endorsed by the Christmas Conference of 1784, and in June, 1787, it was dedicated at Abingdon, Maryland, with the name of Cokesbury College. In 1795 it was burned down. Another was built in Baltimore, but it too was destroyed by fire. This put a damper on the educational zeal of the early Methodists, but the work was not abandoned. The year after Asbury's death, the oldest of the existing schools, Wilbraham Academy, was established at Newmarket, New Hampshire, in 1817. The first theological seminary was opened at Concord, New Hampshire, in 1847. This has since developed into the school of theology of that marvel of rapid and healthy growth, the Boston University. All kinds of educational institutions have rapidly multiplied. An important movement is at present on foot for the establishment of the American University at Washington, a school for postgraduate and professional study, in the midst of the large and rich scientific and literary collections of the national capital. The friends of the movement indulge the hope that this institution, designed for the most advanced learning, will be the fitting climax for those sacred gifts which for a century the Methodist churches of America, with an infinite sacrifice, have been laying on the altar of education. The Epworth League, so named in honor of the home of the Wesleys in a town of Lincolnshire, is an organization of the young people of the two chief branches of Methodism and of Canadian Methodism. This league has been in existence in the Methodist Episcopal Church only about 4 years, and yet its membership in that one body is about 400,000. Its general interests are in the hands of a board of control, and its organ is the Epworth Herald, issued in Chicago and edited by the Rev. Dr. Barry. This vast organization has for its purpose the promotion of religious life, humane work, and mental discipline. End of chapter 12. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 13, of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, The Roman Catholic Church. At the opening of the national period, the Roman Catholics were a feeble folk. The fears, suspicions, and intense memories of suffering in Europe on the part of the northern colonies had prevented any large Catholic immigration. They had even their own doors closed upon them in Maryland by the Puritans and Anglicans, whom a liberal constitution had invited. The great colony of New York had driven out almost every Catholic within its borders, and at the outbreak of the Revolutionary War the Church was hardly known in New York City. Even Rhode Island was not more hospitable, as her laws discriminated at first against the Catholics. What Pennsylvania gave by the tolerance of law, she withdrew by the intolerance of sentiments. It is unnecessary to say that New England and the whole South rigidly excluded the Catholics. And this was at a time when the whole number of the sect in the country did not exceed 25,000. The Revolution changed all that. In 1774, the Continental Congress at Philadelphia pronounced for the broadest toleration. 2 years after, owing to the efforts of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, emancipation was secured in Maryland. The Federal Constitution of 1787, to which 2 Catholics contributed, Daniel Carroll of Maryland and Francis Fitzsimmons of Pennsylvania, completed the enfranchisement of Catholics, so far as full religious liberty and equality for all the offices of the United States were concerned. Some of the states, however, had not yet reached this high ground. The Catholics entered patriotically into the Revolutionary War. The Catholics of Maryland did their full share of fighting, and Washington gladly recognized the value of their services. He who consolidated the infant cause was John Carroll, an indefatigable and public-spirited priest. He accompanied Franklin in 1776 on a tour to Montreal to secure the neutrality, if not the alliance, of the Canadians. When the papal nuncio at Paris consulted Franklin as to the proper person to be put in charge of the American work, the great American at once urged his friend Carroll. In 1784 he was made prefect apostolic, and in 1790 he was consecrated Bishop of Baltimore. The new bishop at once began 4 great enterprises: education, church building, formation of a national clergy, foundation of female communities of mercy. These 4 lines of work proceeded with remarkable vigor. Georgetown College had been begun as early as 1788. St. Mary's Seminary in Baltimore was founded in 1791. The St. Joseph's Academy at Emmitsburg, Maryland, founded in 1809, was the first school for the higher education of women. The French Revolution drove many of the most pious and cultured priests to America. These reinforced Carroll's native helpers, and the work became so extensive that he had to ask for the appointment of an assistant. In 1800, Father Leonard Neale, a member of an old and distinguished Maryland family, was consecrated assistant bishop in Baltimore. Several of these French priests, such as Fleget, Cheverus, Dubois, and Maréchal, adapted themselves to their new conditions with remarkable success, and were made bishops, especially in Louisiana and in the Southwest. The Catholic Church grew rapidly under the earnest and patriotic Bishop Carroll, and when he died, December 3rd, 1815, it was estimated that there were 200,000 Catholics in the country. Baltimore had been made a metropolitan see, 1808, and 4 new bishoprics had been erected. The most interesting personality, perhaps, of the first half of the national period was Prince Demetrius Gallitzin. He was the son of the Russian ambassador at The Hague. In 1792 he was aide-de-camp to the Austrian general Van Lilien, who commanded an army at Brabant. Being dismissed from that service, he came to America, and, having previously embraced the Roman Catholic faith, he entered the Sulpician Theological Seminary in Baltimore, November 5th, 1792. He was the first priest who received all the orders in this country. He was ordained March 18th, 1795. With the enthusiasm of an apostle, he plunged into the pathless wilds of northern Maryland and western Pennsylvania. His wealth, his time, his culture, everything he had, he gave to his work. He was a colonizer, a missionary, and the founder of a native Catholic literature. He bought up vast tracts of land, which he sold in farms at a low rate. He was the first to attract immigration to the Alleghenies. Lodging in a humble cabin, dressed in coarse clothes, he traveled incessantly through the region of the Alleghenies, dispensing the consolations of religion. He made his headquarters at Loretto, Cambria County, Pennsylvania. He was the first to make a respectable literary appeal to the American people in defense of the Catholic faith, and his books have been extensively circulated on both sides of the ocean. Prince Gallitzin was the most picturesque figure in the history of American Catholicism, and the life of this high-minded and devoted nobleman is one of the most fascinating in the history of American Christianity. He died at Loretto, May 6, 1841. The growth of Catholicism in America aroused intense opposition from many Protestants. Occasionally there were popular demonstrations. For example, a book by a Canadian adventuress of no moral character whatever, who had never seen the inside of a convent, entitled The Awful Disclosures of Maria Monk, which appeared about 1836, fanned the flame of popular fury. This book had an immense circulation, and though it was proved by an investigation of Protestants that the work was a fabrication from beginning to end, the refutation did but little to stem the tide of indignation. In 1834, a mob burned the Ursuline convent in Boston. In 1844, the Gordon riots of 1780 were reenacted in Philadelphia. A mob fired the Kensington suburb of the city. Many houses occupied by Irish families were destroyed. Women and children escaped half naked to the country. Many were shot down as they fled from their homes, and a reign of terror ensued throughout the city. St. Michael's Church was burned, then St. Augustine's, whose pastor had made his church a hospital during the cholera scourge; afterwards the house of the Sisters of Mercy; and finally this mob turned its firebrands against the library of the Augustinian hermits. But the better sense of the people finally asserted itself, and these outbreaks have never been repeated. If one ask why the Protestant antagonism to Roman Catholicism during the colonial period, and indeed down to the present time, the answer is to be found in the fact that the Protestantism of America is due to the long and intense Catholic oppression in Europe. The Protestant hostility in America is the harvest which Rome still reaps from its centuries of persecution beyond the seas. The Roman Catholic Church has rapidly expanded, according to the measure of its American opportunity. In 1846, Oregon City was made the seat of an archbishop, and in 1850 the same honor was conferred upon New Orleans, New York, and Cincinnati. In 1850 the Church had 6 archbishops, 27 bishops, 1,800 priests, 1,073 churches, 17 colleges, and 91 female academies. Now it has 13 archbishops, 75 bishops, 8,000 priests, 2,000 theological students, 7,000 churches, with 3,000 chapels, and 75 colleges, with 4,134 schools, 1883, in which are enrolled 625,964 pupils. Then there were not, perhaps, half a dozen Catholic papers in the country. Now there are hardly less than 150. This marvelous growth is almost entirely due to immigration and natural increase. There have been periods when many converts were made, but these have been relatively few. The Oxford movement helped in this direction, and the converts have been mostly from the Protestant Episcopal Church. Levi Silliman Ives, the Episcopal Bishop of North Carolina, seceded to Rome in 1852. 10 years earlier, James Roosevelt Bailey, Archbishop of Baltimore, 1872-77, nephew of Mother Seton, founder of the Sisters of Charity in America, herself a convert, went out from the same church. The Roman Catholic Bishop of Columbus, Ohio, Dr. Rosecrans, died 1878, was also trained in the Protestant Episcopal Church. To offset these accessions, there have been thousands who have been lost to this church. The breaking up of old ties through immigration, the lack of the ordinances of religion in a new country, intermarriage, and the silent but most powerful influences of modern ideas of freedom and the general spirit of our civilization have set multitudes adrift from their ancestral faith. This is frankly conceded by Catholics. The firm position of the Roman Catholic Church is due in no small measure to John Hughes, who emigrated when a young man, 1817, from Ireland, and arose from one position to another until he was made Bishop of New York in 1838, first as an assistant, then as full bishop in 1842 on the death of Bishop Dubois. He was a man of great strength of character and intellect, and he labored with immense energy to plant the Roman Catholic Church on immovable foundations. He was the first to begin a determined warfare against the public school system, and by securing the titles of church property in the hands of the bishops, he put a stop to many unseemly disputes. The hand of this great ecclesiastic guided the Roman Catholic Church of America for over 20 years. He died January 3rd, 1864. The work of the Roman Catholic Church in educational extension has been marvelous. Its schools dot the land everywhere. Its latest venture is the establishment of the Catholic University of America in Washington, a school intended for the broadest and most thorough culture. It represents the liberal wing of the Roman Catholic Church. Among the men who stand as exponents of this section of the Church are Bishop Keane, Cardinal Gibbons, and Archbishop Ireland. The condemnation of the Knights of Labor, through the representations of Archbishop Taschereau, was withdrawn through the efforts of Cardinal Gibbons. The step towards the Americanizing of the parochial school, though it has been severely criticized by both Catholics and Protestants, is a significant surrender of the extreme Catholic position as to education. And this step, taken in 1891 by Archbishop Ireland at Faribault and Stillwater, Minnesota, has received the endorsement of the Pope, 1892, and of the Public School Board of the locality. Recently, Professor Bouquillon, of the Catholic University at Washington, has published a pamphlet, Baltimore, 1891, in which he stoutly contends for the right of the state to educate her children. The chief leaders of American Roman Catholicism are now aiming to impress upon the public mind the loyalty of their co-religionists to American institutions and their full appreciation of modern science. The task is very difficult, and cannot be accomplished unless much of history is forgotten. When the Roman Pope ceases to write encyclicals for his American children, and to give frequent advice as to their duty, and when the Roman propaganda is no longer called upon to furnish the chief instructors for Roman Catholic institutions in the United States, and when it is once for all acknowledged that the first duty of the American Roman Catholic is not to the man of the Vatican, but to the country whose liberties he enjoys, it will be time to acknowledge that American Roman Catholicism is in harmony with true American citizenship and the latest science. End of chapter 13. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 14 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, The Unitarian Church. The development of Unitarianism in New England does not seem to have been due to any influences from without, but to a natural reaction from the rigidity of the old Calvinism. Priestley, indeed, came to America in 1794 and organized a church in Philadelphia, which has had a continuous existence to the present time, Dr. Furness, pastor from 1825 to 75, being now pastor emeritus. But Priestley exerted no special influence on New England. James Freeman, though not the first Unitarian preacher in New England, was the first minister of a Unitarian church organized as such, and in the expurgated liturgy which he drew up for the use of his congregation, he acknowledges his indebtedness to Theophilus Lindsey, one of the best of the English Unitarians. But his views, like those of his brother ministers of liberal faith, were formed independently. American Unitarianism, unlike American Methodism, grew out of American soil. It was the intellectual revolt of men trained in the severe and independent methods of thinking common among the Puritans. The first Unitarian minister in America was Ebenezer Gay, of the First Church in Hingham, Massachusetts, who died in 1787, in the 92nd year of his age and in the 69th of his sole pastorate. His was the longest pastorate of a single church of which we have any knowledge. President Adams referred to him, with several other ministers of that time, as a well-known Unitarian. He suffered nothing in ecclesiastical standing on this account. He was the lifelong friend of Dr. Appleton, of Cambridge, a moderate Calvinist. A man of more commanding influence was Charles Chauncy, minister of the First Church in Boston for 60 years, died 1787. He was an ardent patriot, and his influence was felt over the whole Commonwealth. He not only held most liberal views as to the divine nature, but he boldly proclaimed the ultimate salvation of all men. He, too, was in the most cordial relations with all his brother ministers. Another noted Unitarian of that time was Jonathan Mayhew, minister of the West Church of Boston from 1747 until his death in 1766. He was a man of extraordinary force of character, a born fighter, who wielded a tremendous influence in the period just before the Revolution. It was probably his belligerent ways which alienated some of his brethren from him, so that not one of his Boston fellow pastors would attend his ordaining council. But they afterwards became more friendly. Mayhew himself was at one time scribe of the Massachusetts Convention of Congregational Ministers. He was one of the most striking personalities in a period of great men. Dr. Jeremy Belknap died 1798, of the Federal Street, now Arlington Street, Church, Boston, was another early Unitarian. He compiled the first Unitarian hymn book, and was one of the first American historians, his History of New Hampshire, 3 volumes, 1784 to 92, being still considered a work of great value. James Freeman, already mentioned, the grandfather by marriage of the late James Freeman Clarke, was invited to become the minister of King's Chapel, Boston, an Episcopal church, in 1783. On renouncing the Trinity, his congregation still clung to him and voted to alter their liturgy and creed. Thus, the first Episcopal church in New England became the first Unitarian church in America. From 1785 to the present, King's Chapel has retained its Unitarian status. Freeman was a man of beautiful character, a rare union of intellectual, social, and spiritual gifts, and for many years after his death, in 1835, his name was cherished as a most fragrant and precious memory. Many other names must be passed over. It seems strange to us that the most uncompromising Unitarianism could grow up in the oldest Puritan churches in New England, so that what were at first the most orthodox churches, the First Church of Plymouth, the First of Boston, and 26 others of the oldest churches of New England, and 38 which were older than the year 1700, became gradually transformed into churches of an opposite faith, their ministers retaining their places without opposition, and even in the full possession of their fraternal rights. But we must remember that many of the oldest churches had no creed statements, simply covenants, and that with some churches which did confess a creed, this confession did not imply that either minister or people were rigidly bound to it. In conformity with the congregational principle, freedom was allowed. But this peaceable development at last came to an end. The Trinitarians became aroused. The appointment of Dr. Ware as professor of divinity in Harvard University in 1805 was the occasion of the break of the former peaceful relations of the liberal and conservative wing, though that break was not consummated until some years after. About 1810, Jeremiah Evarts, father of the Honorable William M. Evarts, struck the first blow from the orthodox side in the Panoplist. Channing, then the minister of the Federal Street Church, replied. Ware and Professor Woods, of Andover Theological Seminary, continued the controversy 1820 to 23. From 1815 to 1825, the lines became more and more definitively drawn. Fellowship was broken, friends were separated, and churches went their several ways. The courts decided that the parish, not necessarily the members of the church, is the legal representative of the church, and this momentous decision, received with dismay by the Orthodox party, confirmed the Unitarians in the possession of what were once Trinitarian churches. The most illustrious name in American Unitarianism is William Ellery Channing, a man who combined fine literary gifts with a noble Christian character and intense humanitarian zeal. In 1803 he was ordained pastor of Federal Street Church, Boston, and his church at once became filled, owing to the power and freshness of his preaching. His great sermon at the ordination of Jared Sparks as pastor of the Unitarian Church in Baltimore in 1819 was almost an epoch-making performance. It is largely through the influence of Channing, who had such an intense dislike of everything sectarian, that Unitarianism became the name of an influence and tendency rather than of a denomination. In a letter written 2 years before his death, he uses these memorable words, quote, As I grow older, I distrust sectarian influence more and more. I am detached from a denomination, and strive to feel more my connection with the Universal Church with all good and holy men. I am little of a Unitarian, have little sympathy with the system of Priestley and Belsham, and stand aloof from all but those who strive and pray for clearer light and more effectual manifestations of Christian truth." Channing was thoroughly imbued with the Spirit of Christ, and though he could not rise to the full conception of his divinity, he adored his Master with a profound reverence and a passionate love. On all questions of Christ's sinlessness and miracles, on the fullness of his manifestation of God, he occupied entirely orthodox ground, and nothing could be more uncongenial to him than the present shallow rationalism or semi-paganism which shields itself under the Unitarian name. No man, perhaps, in the history of American Christianity better deserves the name given to him by a French Catholic writer, the American Fenelon. But already a new era was dawning. Channing died October 2nd, 1842. On May 17th, 1841, Theodore Parker, then pastor at West Roxbury, Massachusetts, preached an ordination sermon in South Boston on "The Transient and Permanent in Christianity." He cut aloof from the Bible, denying its inspiration and divine authority, points which had been firmly held by the older Unitarians. He held that all that is supernatural in the gospel narrative is a myth or fable. He was the first Unitarian to apply the knife of the most rationalistic criticism to the Bible, and to empty Christianity of its divinity and exclusive sanctions. This sermon created the utmost consternation, and many Unitarians refused fellowship with him. But Parker stood firmly by his views, which he elaborated in books and lectures. He was urged to come to Boston, where he would have a larger field, and in 1846 he became pastor of the 28th Congregational Society of Boston. His ministry was a phenomenal success. He was to Unitarianism what Beecher was to orthodoxy. The frankness and benevolence of his nature, his boldness and eloquence, his advocacy of reforms, often unpopular, drew to him an immense crowd, and his new views of Christianity were listened to with marvelous interest. His health at length broke down under his terrible strain of work. In a vain quest he went abroad, and died in Florence, May 10th, 1860. In 1892 a new memorial was erected to him in the cemetery of that beautiful city. But the radicalism of Parker is now the orthodoxy of Unitarianism. The boldest deist, as well as the most spiritual Christian, is now enrolled under the Unitarian banner. Nevertheless, the Christian note is not discarded. The National Conference, organized in 1864, professes as one of its objects to "increase our sense of the obligations of all disciples of the Lord Jesus Christ to prove their faith by self-denial, and by the devotion of their lives to the service of God and the building up of the kingdom of his Son." Recently the Unitarians have entered into mission work. They support one or two missionaries in India, and in 1890 they sent one to Japan. By the circulation of books and tracts, and by the employment of special workers, the Unitarians seek to leaven the home field with liberal sentiments. The West is now the favorite field of Unitarian extension. The Unitarian Church, though small in numbers, has achieved a magnificent success in philanthropic and educational work. The culture of its ministers and members, their enthusiasm for humanity, their achievements in literature and science, their devotion to ethical ideals and to the work of charity and reform, have made for them a noble record in the history of the Church, and have given them an influence that is in no relation to their small numerical strength. End of chapter 14. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 15 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Universalist Church. The real father of American Universalism is a man who never saw America, and whose name ought to be rescued from oblivion. This was James Relly, a preacher of the Whitefield or Calvinistic Methodists, but who finally carried his Calvinism to the conclusion that if Christ paid the debt of the sins of all men, then all men must ultimately be saved. He proclaimed his new views with great ardor, and drew together a congregation in London about the middle of the 18th century. In 1759 he published a book which prepared the ground in America for the coming of Murray. This was entitled Union, or the Consanguinity of Christ and His Church. The reasoning was rigidly Calvinistic throughout, and this was the first form of modern Universalism. Relly died in 1778, and his congregation soon dispersed. There is now no organized congregation of Universalists in Europe, except in Scotland, where a small mission is sustained. Relly is connected with America by John Murray, a member of his London congregation and an enthusiastic disciple. He was also trained in rigid Calvinistic principles, and by a family discipline of the harshest kind. It is hardly a wonder that he revolted from this system. Murray came under the influence of Wesley, and was much drawn to the more joyful ways of the Methodists. He afterwards went to London, where he completely lost his faith and fell into dissipation. Then he heard Whitefield, and became his zealous convert. He was at first very deeply prejudiced against Relly, but he read his book and heard him preach, and the result was that Murray embraced the Universalist creed. In a spirit of thorough dejection over his financial and other losses, he sailed for America in 1770. This is the date of the first Universalist preaching in America. Murray at first kept his peculiar faith in the background, but it at length cropped out, and he received an invitation to preach at Gloucester, Massachusetts, where Relly's book had made some silent conversions, and where the first Universalist Church was organized in 1779. Murray became the pastor of this church, remaining there till 1793, though still itinerating through New England and the Middle States preaching Universalism. He had his share of persecution, but he was never daunted for that. A mob surrounded a church in Boston where he was preaching. A large stone was thrown at his head. Murray picked it up with the remark, "This argument is weighty and solid, but it is neither rational nor convincing." Then the people shouted, "Pray, sir, leave the pulpit. Your life is in danger." "With your good leave," was Murray's brave reply, "I will pursue my subject, and while I have a 'Thus saith the Lord' for every point of doctrine I advance, not all the stones in Boston, unless they stop my breath, shall stop my mouth or arrest my testimony." Murray preached in Boston from 1793 to 1809. He died September 3rd, 1815, in the 75th year of his age. Though Murray was the founder of Universalism in America, he was by no means the first to preach the doctrine. Joseph Gatschel, of Marblehead, Massachusetts, in 1684, was brought before Suffolk County Court for teaching that all men shall be saved, and was sentenced "to the pillory, and to have his tongue drawn forth and pierced with a hot iron." George de Benneville preached the same doctrine in Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and the Carolinas. This de Benneville came to America in 1741, after a romantic career in the Old World. He preached among the Dunkers. The Reverend Richard Clark, rector of St. Philip's Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, from 1754 to 1759, with other ministers of his church, as well as Doctors Mayhew and Chaney, two of the ablest Puritan ministers of Boston, were pronounced advocates of the final salvation of all. Contemporary with Murray, but independent of him, other men proclaimed the same gospel. Adam Streeter, in Rhode Island, was one of these. He preached in 1777. The most brilliant man of that time was Elhan Winchester. He far surpassed Murray for solid qualities of mind, and the saintliness of his character and the eloquence of his preaching achieved a great deal for early Universalism. His field was Philadelphia, 1780 to 87. His theology was of a much more evangelical type than either the hard Calvinism of Murray or the liberalism of Ballou. We now come to the most illustrious name in the history of American Universalism, Hosea Ballou. Like Winchester and Caleb Rich, he began as a Baptist. He became a convert to the new faith in 1792, and after several brief pastorates, he settled as the minister of the Second Universalist Society of Boston in 1817. There he died, June 7th, 1852, in his 81st year. Ballou established a Universalist periodical literature, and by pen no less than by voice labored with all his might for his hopeful creed. He emptied Universalism of its deeper elements, making it semi-Unitarian, and, departing from the rational theory of Winchester, he proclaimed the crass notion of the immediate happiness of all after death. His idea of Christ was equally shallow. Ballou is a mighty name in the Universalist theology, and while the denomination has grown out of his doctrine of the instantaneous heaven of men who die in their sins, his latitudinarian teachings on the general Christian system have had a widespread and profound influence on the later Universalists. It is an interesting fact that as early as 1786 the right of the Gloucester Society of Universalists to be exempted from the parish taxes was confirmed, after various appeals and delays, by the highest court of the colony. Several congregations in Massachusetts and Rhode Island united with that in Gloucester in holding an association at Oxford, Massachusetts, in 1785. The churches in and around Philadelphia formed a convention in 1790, and in 1792 the churches of the Eastern States formed a similar conference. The Philadelphia Convention went out of existence in 1809, but the Eastern Convention still meets annually under the name of the Universalist General Convention. The government of these churches is strictly congregational. The Universalist denomination has made an honorable record in literary and educational work. Though numerically a small body, it has 4 colleges and 3 theological schools, and in New England and New York 5 academies. It has a number of earnest and high-minded adherents, and many who are in hearty sympathy with the evangelical faith. There is at present a strong leaven of rationalism working in the Universalist Church, and the battle is now waging between the Orthodox and the Unitarian wing. In its origin, Universalism stood firmly on the Calvinistic platform, and in cordial agreement with the essential elements of the creed of the Church Catholic. If the present Unitarian movement in the Universalist Church succeeds, the descent will mark one of the most instructive developments in the history of the Church. End of chapter 15. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 16 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Moravian Church. The Moravians made their first settlement on this continent in Georgia in 1735. It was the profound faith and peaceful spirit of these newcomers which so deeply impressed John Wesley on his voyage to America in the fall of that year. It is, in fact, to this casual meeting on shipboard that we owe the Methodist movement. The Georgian colony was soon broken up, and the brethren moved northward to Pennsylvania, that Mecca of the distressed. In 1736, Some give the date as 1740. They founded Bethlehem, and soon after Nazareth and Lidditz. They instituted here their peculiar method of organization, which was similar to the communism of the first Jerusalem Church. "The lands were the property of the Church, and the farms and various departments of mechanical industry were stocked by it and worked for its benefit. In return, the Church provided the inhabitants with all the necessaries of life." But there was no common treasury. Each man kept his own private means, and it is an error to say that there was a community of goods. This system existed for 20 years, 1742 to 62. Each member of the economy, as the system was called, was pledged "to devote his time and powers in whatever direction they could be most advantageously applied for the spread of the gospel." It was about this time that the celebrated Count Nicholas von Zinzendorf, the regenerator of the Moravian Church, came to America, 1741 to 42. His work was originally of a mediating character, in which he sought to unite the Germans, irrespective of creed, into a Christian alliance, called the Congregation of God in the Spirit. This project failed completely. He fell into an unfortunate misunderstanding with the Lutherans, and his work was much maligned. "The ideal which inspired him," says de Schweinitz, "was too lofty for that time of sectarian bigotry and disputes. He was more than a century in advance of his age." Zinzendorf went out on wide missionary journeys among the Indians, and it is even asserted that he was the first white man to pitch his tent in the far-famed Wyoming Valley, in northeastern Pennsylvania. This was in 1742. It was he who gave the name of Bethlehem to the new colony. He returned to Europe in January, 1743. The Moravians are the master missionaries of the world. With undaunted zeal and heroism, they have carried the cross to heathen tribes, selecting, as a rule, the darkest and most degraded lands. The pledge, quoted above, secured a never-failing band of workers, who, inflamed only with the love of Christ, penetrated into the farthest Indian settlements. In 1740, the Moravian Henry Ranch began a mission in New York State, not far from Kingston. He afterwards removed to Pennsylvania, and before the close of 1742 there were 31 baptized Indian converts, many of them marvelous illustrations of the power of divine grace to transform the most profligate savages into strong Christian men. The apostle of the Indian missions, however, was David Zeisberger, the John Eliot of the Moravians, a man whose missionary enthusiasm and work place him in the front rank of Christian heroes. He came to America about 1740 or earlier, and was a member of the Bethlehem colony. In 1745 he began his work among the Indians, and he carried it forward with an unflagging devotion for 62 years. He labored in 4 states and in Canada, and among 8 Indian tribes. He established 13 Christian Indian towns. Many of his converts were from the most unpromising ranks of abandoned savages, but they proved the genuineness of their conversion by their consistent lives. He wielded a marvelous influence over the Indians. His daring journeys into unknown solitudes remind us of the unparalleled sacrifices of the Jesuit missionaries. For many years he prevented the Grand Council of the Delawares in Ohio from joining other tribes in fighting against the colonies in the Revolutionary War. One of his last works was to lead the remnant that survived the massacre of his Gnadenhutten colony in Ohio, 1782, to Fairfield, Canada. In 1798, land was granted to these Moravian exiles on the Tuscarawas, Ohio, near their former settlements. Zeisberger led what was left of his martyr band to this station, which he called Goshen. There he died, November 17th, 1808. The weeping Indians stood around his deathbed, exclaiming, "Father, we will cleave to the Savior and live to him alone." Christian Frederick Post and Heckewelder were also Moravian pioneers in the West. They helped Zeisberger in Christianizing the Indians west of the Alleghenies. The massacre of the Gnadenhutten colonists is one of the darkest blots on the escutcheon of the American arms. The progress of the Moravian Church in this country was much impeded by its town system. The Moravian plan was to form villages or colonies consisting exclusively of Christian people, banded together as a Christian community after a lofty ethical ideal. As soon as this system was up, as it was in 1844 and the following years, the Moravians expanded their organization and planted churches with rapidity. They extended their work in the usual manner, and within the last 30 years they have doubled in number. This church has formed a distinctive and picturesque feature in our American religious life. In the purity and vigor of its piety, in the simplicity and firmness of its faith, in its missionary activity, and in its devotion to the customs of early Christianity, it has been exceeded by no church in the world. The lot was formerly used to decide cases of importance, but its use with regard to marriages was abolished in 1818, and in other matters it is greatly restricted, if not altogether done away. The Moravians have an episcopal form of government, and they claim that their episcopacy is entirely valid, even from the high church point of view. This claim was accepted by Archbishop Wake and Bishop Wilson of the Church of England, but it is now repudiated by the stricter Anglicans. As in the case of the Roman Catholic Church, America forms one province of the ecclesiastical territory, the supreme authority being in Europe. The highest court is the General Synod, which meets at Herrnhut every 10 years. There is a theological seminary at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, founded in 1807. The service of the church is liturgical, with free prayer as allowable. The church observes many beautiful customs. Foot washing, formerly practiced to a very limited extent, died out entirely about the beginning of the 19th century. End of chapter 16. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 17 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Alexander Campbell and the Disciples of Christ. Few men have impressed themselves more profoundly on the religious life of their age than Alexander Campbell. His personality was of the most vigorous type, and for over a generation his name was a tower of strength over the whole United States. His father, the Reverend Thomas Campbell, a relative of the poet Campbell, was an Irish Presbyterian minister of the Secession Church. He came to America in 1807 and served under the Associate Synod several Presbyterian churches in western Pennsylvania. Both father and son had come under the influence of the Haldanes, and this fact must be taken into the account in their theological development. Alexander was born near Ballymena, County Antrim, Scotland, September 12, 1788. He was educated at the University of Glasgow, and in 1809 came to this country. He joined his father at Washington, Pennsylvania, and very soon both began to enunciate views which excited widespread attention. Especially with respect to human creeds, he took advanced ground. His platform for Christian union, which he laid down at the very beginning of his ministry, anticipated the irenical proposals of the Protestant Episcopal House of Bishops in 1886. But Campbell, with that fearlessness and loyalty to his principles which were characteristic of him, took a much more radical position. He would dissolve the whole later superstructure of the Church, and go back to the simplicity of apostolic times. Christian union, ran his notable words, can result from nothing short of the destruction of creeds and confessions of faith, inasmuch as human creeds and confessions have destroyed Christian union." In consistency with this, he further said, "Nothing ought to be received into the faith and worship of the Church, or be made a term of communion among Christians, that is not as old as the New Testament. Nor ought anything to be admitted as of divine obligation in the Church constitution or management, save what is enjoined by the authority of our Lord Jesus Christ and his apostles upon the New Testament Church, either in express terms or by approved precedent." The laying down of this radical Puritan platform by this young man of 22 was an epoch-making event in the history of the American Church. A rupture was imminent. A church of so firm a foundation in creed as the Presbyterian could hardly be expected to bear with so revolutionary a character. Campbell and his father withdrew and formed a new congregation at Bush Run, Pennsylvania, 1810. On the birth of his first child, in 1812, he was led into a thorough study of the baptismal question. This convinced him of the scripturalness of immersion, and he and his whole congregation were immersed. Thus the ties which bound him to the Scotch creed were severed one by one. He used these memorable words to Lewes, the Baptist minister who baptized him. "I have set out to follow the apostles of Christ and their Master, and I will be baptized only into the primitive Christian faith." Alexander Campbell and his father were received into the Redstone Baptist Association, and they immediately began forming congregations, which were also received into the same association. They preached their views with ardor and eloquence, and they soon began to make a stir through the whole Ohio region. Campbell had taken up his residence in what is now Bethany, West Virginia, where, for a time, he conducted a high school for boys. It was really, in intention, a theological seminary. Soon the Baptists became dissatisfied with his views, and furious controversies ensued. The battle was waged bitterly. Associations were disrupted, churches destroyed, and the end was the permanent loss of Campbell and his followers to the Baptist Church. They formed, about 1827, an independent church called the Disciples of Christ, the act of exclusion being taken by the Baptists. The subsequent life of this earnest and gifted man was most active and aggressive. He established a periodical press, 1823, the printing being done at first in his own house in Bethany. He traveled through the West, organizing churches, preaching to vast crowds, lecturing, debating. He leavened the whole country with his views. Few men have exerted a wider influence. He was a fearless controversialist, and loved to meet in the free forum of discussion the ablest men of the time. In 1828 he held his great debate with Robert Owen at Cincinnati on the truth of Christianity. His powerful arguments on that occasion converted several prominent citizens, and made a lasting impression on the city and surrounding country. The year before, he met the Reverend William McCalla at Washington, Kentucky, to discuss baptism. One of his most famous encounters was with the Archbishop Purcell in Cincinnati in 1836 on the Roman Catholic Church. Campbell had a noble presence, a powerful voice, and a mind of exceeding strength and agility, and it is safe to say no cause ever suffered in his hands on a public debate. At the same time, he was a man of the purest character and the highest Christian consecration. He died at Bethany, West Virginia, March 4th, 1866. As the founder of one of the largest churches of American origin, the life of Alexander Campbell has a significance second to few in American church history. The church founded thus has spread with astonishing rapidity. The disciples number now nearly 800,000. Their chief strength is in the Middle West and the Southwest. Their first college, Bethany College, Bethany, West Virginia, was founded by Campbell in his own town in 1841. They support 2 universities and 30 colleges and academies. Their college at Hiram, Ohio, had for its president James A. Garfield, who likewise taught there for some years. Garfield was also a disciple preacher until he began his political career in 1856. He remained until his death an active worker in the denomination and a trustee of Hiram and Bethany colleges. This church sustains missions in several foreign fields and is an energetic and evangelical body. It is thoroughly in harmony with the Church Catholic on all essential points. On account of the disciples repudiating common theological terms like Trinity, consubstantial, as divisive, they have been sometimes represented as Unitarians. But this does them very great injustice. They hold to the divinity of Jesus Christ as the foundation of their faith. The Christians, or Christian connection, have often been confounded with the disciples of Christ. The 2 bodies should be kept entirely distinct. The former came into existence about 1804, when a part of the O'Kelly secession from the Methodist Episcopal Church, a portion of the Baptist Church in Hartland, Vermont, and a Presbyterian schism in Kentucky and Tennessee in 1801, united to form one church, called the Christian Church. The bond of union in each case was the desire to get rid of creeds and to confess the simple, primitive gospel. They are very similar to the disciples in doctrine and organization. As to the sacraments, they are Baptists. They hold that Christ is divine, but care nothing for the ancient definitions. End of chapter 17. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 18 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Quakers. The first Quakers in America were Mary Fisher and Ann Austin, who arrived in Boston in 1656. Many followed them, driven from England by hard treatment, until their numbers became alarming. In 1671, George Fox himself, the founder of the Society of Friends, visited this country. He was a man of simple faith and apostolic zeal. He traveled through the country, looking up friends who had settled here and there, and preaching his peculiar doctrines. In his journals he speaks of himself as struggling through the great bogs of the Dismal Swamp, and lying abroad nights by a fire. In 1672 he attended the yearly meeting at Newport, Rhode Island, which lasted for 6 days. At the end of this meeting he says, quote, "It was sometimes hard for friends to part, for the glorious power of the Lord, which was over all, and his blessed truth and life flowing amongst them, had so knit and united them together that they spent 2 days in taking leave of one another and of the friends of the island." End quote. In 1673 he returned to New England. We have already referred to the persecutions of the Quakers. In all the colonies, except Rhode Island and Pennsylvania, their lot was a hard one. The first immigrants were sent back by the Massachusetts colony. But, refusing to take the hint, others followed. They were scourged, imprisoned, exiled, slain. William Robinson and Marmaduke Stevenson were hanged in New England in 1659, Mary Dyer in 1660, and William Ledra in 1661. Mary Dyer, the solitary female victim among the New England martyrs, is claimed by the Quaker writers as a woman of remarkable refinement and piety. It is hard for us at this age to understand these persecuting measures against so inoffensive and kind-hearted religionists. It must be remembered, however, that the early Quakers were looked upon as social revolutionists, and the Puritans guarded their insecure charter with desperate jealousy. They were always fearful of bad reports sent back to the mother country. Cotton Mather justifies the measures against the Quakers by this reasoning, quote, "It was also thought that the very Quakers themselves would say that if they had got into a corner of the world, and with an immense toil and charge made a wilderness habitable, on purpose there to be undisturbed in the exercises of their worship, they would never bear to have New Englanders come among them and interrupt their public worship, endeavor to seduce their children from it, yea, and repeat such endeavors after mild entreaties first, and then just banishments to oblige their departure." It should also be remembered, as affording palliation for these persecutions, that some of the first Quakers were misled by fanatical frenzy into indecent exhibitions. These were gone through with as a sign, as a symbolic act. Mr. Whittier thinks that these "naked performances came from persons who were maddened by seeing the partial exposure of Quakers whipped through the streets." Higginson remarks concerning this interpretation, "This view, though plausible, seems to me to overlook the highly wrought condition of mind among these enthusiasts, and the fact that they regarded everything as a symbol. When one of the ablest of the Quakers, Robert Barclay, walked the streets of Aberdeen in sackcloth and ashes, he deemed it right to sacrifice all propriety for the sake of a symbolic act; and in just the same spirit we find the Quaker writers of that period defending these personal exposures, not by Mr. Whittier's reasons, but by symbolic ones." These exhibitions, however, were exceptional. The Quakers, by their meek, brave endurance of wrong, by their blameless lives and peaceful dispositions, at length won universal respect. The persecutions in New England ceased in 1660, owing to a royal mandamus. In spite of adverse circumstances, the Quaker development proceeded rapidly. A monthly meeting was established in New England before 1660, and in 1661 a yearly meeting was held in Rhode Island, which has been kept up ever since. The settlement of Pennsylvania by the great Quaker William Penn and his brethren of the same faith in 1682 was a red-letter day in their history. It was thus that the Quaker element became a distinct and influential force in the progress of American civilization. In 1690 there were 10,000 Friends in America. During the 3 wars in our national history they continued steadfast in their peace principles, though at the cost of a great deal of abuse and suffering. In 1827, Elias Hicks, of Jericho, Long Island, a man of acute intellect and great energy of character, led many of the Quakers away from their ancient landmarks by introducing what he considered more rational views. These views met with bitter opposition, and the result was a widespread schism. Hicks has been represented as a Unitarian in his general theological position, but this is a great mistake. He is substantially orthodox in all essential doctrines, and it was only by bringing into prominent light many of these doctrines that he created an intense commotion within the quiet borders of the Friends. 6 out of the 10 yearly meetings adhered to him. Both parties claimed to represent original Quakerism. The old, so-called Orthodox party is the one acknowledged by the London Yearly Meeting. Dr. Allinson, of the Friends Review, is no doubt right in conceding that in the division doctrinal and personal considerations were mingled, and that many failed to comprehend the true issue. He says, and he speaks from the orthodox standpoint, that many who were one in faith were unfortunately dissevered for life in their church fellowship. Violent controversies have taken place within the last few years as to the amount of departure from the original Quaker testimony, and various small schisms have been the result. There can be no doubt that the Friends have ceased to emphasize some of their peculiarities, and have come more into sympathy in their preaching and working with the other evangelical bodies. It is to this they owe their remarkable revival in the West. The evangelical strain of modern Quakerism is due largely to Joseph John Gurney, died 1847, one of the noblest characters of modern times. It is claimed that the great principle of the inner light, the immediate inspiration of the soul by the Holy Ghost, which was the glory of the early Quaker theology, has been retired. Others deny this, and say that these modern improvements are by no means intended to take the place of any doctrine of true Quakerism. It may be, after all, a question of emphasis. No body of Christians has been more enthusiastic in moral reform than the Quakers. Every effort towards the amelioration of suffering, the suppression of slavery, the abolition of war, the regeneration of prison discipline, and every other humanitarian cause, has found in them firm and unwearying supporters. Their heroic toil for the realization of the Christian ideal was typified in the life of Lucretia Mott, 1793 to 1880, the anti-slavery apostle. As early as 1727, the English Friends began the agitation against slavery, and they never ceased in their peaceful efforts until the institution was abolished. Clarkson was very closely identified with the Friends, though he never joined them. The devotion of the Quakers to the morals of Jesus has leavened the whole Christian world. Our great poet, John Greenleaf Whittier, is their chief representative in the world of letters. End of chapter 18. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 19 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Other Denominations. It is impossible to do justice to the many bodies of Christians which have been formed in the stimulating religious atmosphere of America. The spirit of division has had free course, and the many sects in this country afforded a phenomenon unparalleled in the history of Christianity. Sometimes the cause of the divisions seems trivial enough to the sober judgment of later times. Many of them might, no doubt, have been avoided by the exercise of the spirit of moderation on the part of the dissentients, and of the spirit of charity and comprehension on the part of the majority. At other times, especially when the Church rigidly exercises its self-appointed office as the guardian of some old-time dogma, instead of confining itself to the mission to which the Lord Jesus Christ sent it forth, that of preaching the gospel to the world, it would appear that no resource was left to the minority but that of separation. A few of the more important of the smaller denominations will here be mentioned. The Cumberland Presbyterian Church was the outcome of the great revival in Kentucky in 1797. One of the principal leaders was the Reverend James McGreedy of the Presbyterian Church. The demands of the work were so great, compare the similar condition under Wesley, that educated and ordained ministers could not be obtained in sufficient numbers. The Cumberland Presbytery thereupon, on the plea of necessity, ordained several men to reap the ripened harvest. These men could not meet the usual theological requirements. This action so enraged the Synod of Kentucky, to which the Cumberland Presbytery was amenable, that it went to the extreme of dissolving the presbytery. All the offending members were prohibited from any ministerial acts. This was in 1806. The exiled members and those who sympathized with them, forming the majority of the presbytery, abstained from all presbyterial proceedings, and awaited a redress of their grievances. To save their congregations from disintegration, however, and to carry on the work of the revival, they formed a voluntary association called a council. But in vain they waited for any conciliatory overtures from the synod. Finally, on the 4th of February, 1810, 3 ministers, Finis Ewing, Samuel King, and Samuel McAdow, reorganized the Cumberland Presbytery, and as the Synod and General Assembly refused to recognize this action, the church which thus had its origin took the name of the Cumberland Presbyterian Church. This church has had a remarkable development. It extends from Pennsylvania to the Pacific, and from the Great Lakes to Louisiana and Texas. It has had a noble missionary and educational activity, and has had a most honorable career in the evangelization of the South and West. There can be no doubt that in the exigencies of the Great Revival of the beginning of this century there had been a reaction from the stern Calvinism then prevalent, and that the Synod of Kentucky was correct in its impression that the Cumberland Presbytery were not sufficiently sound in the faith. This impression was confirmed by the result. The new church put forth its doctrinal protest in these notable words: 1. There are no eternal reprobates. 2. Christ died, not for a part only, but for all mankind, and for all in the same sense. 3. Infants dying in infancy are saved through Christ and the sanctification of the Spirit. 4. The Spirit of God operates on the world as coextensively as Christ has made the atonement, and in such a manner as to leave all men inexcusable. With these exceptions, the Cumberland Presbyterian Church rests on a solid Calvinistic basis. It is interesting to note that, after a long and animated debate, this vigorous Arminian body was admitted to the Pan-Presbyterian Council in Belfast in 1884. The peculiar relation of the Reformed Presbyterian Church to the Constitution of the United States calls for special mention. This church is the lineal descendant of that earnest and uncompromising body of Presbyterians who set forth so enthusiastically the renewed and enlarged National Covenant of Scotland in 1638. It is this devotion that has given them the name of Covenanters. Their principles require the complete autonomy of the Church as the representative of Christ, a radical reformation of every prelatic abuse, and the recognition of the lordship of the Redeemer in all the acts of the state. They therefore refused to assent to the Revolution settlement under William and Mary, by which a sort of royal supremacy over the Church in Scotland was maintained by the establishment of Presbyterianism. This most extreme of the Presbyterian churches was planted in America in 1752 by Cuthbertson from Scotland, assisted later by Lind and Dobbin from Ireland. Through the labors of these ministers, a presbytery was formed in 1774. In 1782, this presbytery united with the presbytery of the Associate Church. This union proved unsatisfactory, and in 1798 commissioners from the home church in Scotland, McKinney and Gibson, meeting in Philadelphia, reconstituted the Reformed Presbyterian Church in the United States. All went well until 1833, when the severe prohibitions of all civil conformity provoked a protest, and caused a number of the ministers to withdraw from the synod, who, however, retained the old name. This new synod relaxed somewhat the old conditions, and it has grown much more rapidly than its more faithful sister. It has a college, appropriately called Geneva College, at Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania, and a theological seminary at Allegheny in the same state. This church supports missionaries in Syria and India. It allows its members to vote for officers who are not required to take an oath of allegiance to the Constitution. Both of the Reformed Presbyterian churches denounce that instrument as godless because it does not formally recognize the headship of Christ in the affairs of nations. These churches keep fairly loyal to the old traditions which forbade the use of any hymns except the Psalms of David, and the employment of any musical aid to the voice in singing the praises of God. The Reformed Presbyterians have been recently agitated by the ecclesiastical trial of some ministers who voted at an election. The Free Baptists. Benjamin Randall, a convert of Whitefield and a member of the Congregationalist Church, became a convert to Baptist views. But he could not agree with the Calvinism of his brethren, and he was expelled from the Baptist Church. In 1780, he organized the Free Will Baptist Church at Durham, New Hampshire. A similar movement took place in North Carolina in 1751, under Shoebale Stearns. Another protest, especially to the close communion feature of the Baptist Church, was heard in Rhode Island and Connecticut in the latter part of the 18th century. Here again we meet with the influence of Whitefield. Those who gathered around this standard formed the Groton Union Conference in 1785. Many of them were absorbed into the Free Baptist Church. The latter church has had a creditable growth. The Free Baptists are Arminian in theology, and hold to open communion with regard to the Lord's Supper. One of their declarations is, "God has ordained man with power of free choice, and governs him by moral laws and motives. And this power of free choice is the exact measure of his responsibility. All events are present with God from everlasting to everlasting, but his knowledge of them does not in any sense cause them, nor does he decree all events which he knows will occur." The denomination is strong in Maine, and has a respectable standing in other states. It has a large constituency in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. It supports an excellent college at Lewiston, Maine, and another at Hillsdale, Michigan. This is a vigorous body of Christians, and it has made an honorable record in the religious history of the country. An interesting set is the Tunkers, or German Baptists, sometimes called Dunkards or Dunkers. Their official name is the Brethren, though they themselves frequently use the name of German Baptists. Their origin is unique. In 1708, a few of the inhabitants of Schwarzenau in Germany, led by Alexander Mack, met together to study the Bible, pledging each other to receive whatsoever it should teach them. In ignorance of church history and of the practices of denominations in other countries, they reached the following conclusions: 1. The Bible as the only rule of faith, all catechisms and confessions to be discarded. 2. The congregational form of church government. 3. Baptism of believers only. 4. Immersion. They also agreed to the following methods and customs: an unpaid ministry, plainness of dress, abstinence from oaths, war, and recourse to the civil courts, refusal of interest, the holy kiss, anointing the sick with oil, the love feast, feet washing, and triune immersion in baptism. The little band thus started on so primitive a way won many adherents. They were at length driven out by persecution, and took refuge in Holland and other countries. But they all soon came to America, the first contingent arriving in 1719, and settling in Germantown, Pennsylvania. They built a church, and chose Peter Becker as their minister. They have spread into the West and South, and though they publish no statistics, "inasmuch as the apostles never gave the exact number of believers," it is estimated that they have 2,500 preachers and 95,000 members. This brave company of Christians was unfortunately divided about 1880 on the question of what was essential or non-essential in the matters of practice. The Progressive Party contended that the annual meeting was taken up with imposing petty rules and restrictions, in which their liberty in the gospel was outrageously trampled upon. The first convention of the Progressives was held at Ashland, Ohio, June 28, 1882. The Brethren have always taken advanced ground on moral reforms. They issued a testimony against intoxicating drinks as early as 1781. The first organized form of the New Church or the New Jerusalem Church in America was the society which the Reverend James Wilmer and Colonel Robert Carter of Virginia gathered together in Baltimore in 1792. It is believed, however, that James Glenn, an Englishman, who lectured in Philadelphia in 1784, was the apostle of Swedenborgianism in America. In 1798 another society was formed in Baltimore, and at this time the first ordinations took place. Ralph Mather and John Hargrove were ordained by the laying on of hands of 10 laymen. In 1817 the General Convention was organized. The Swedenborgians have carried on an extensive work in circulating the books of their great seer, and, after the fashion of the Unitarians, they seek thus to silently leaven the whole Church. Some men eminent in science and literature have been members of the new Church. There are several sects bearing the name of Adventists. They all agree in holding to the near approach of the personal return of Christ. They take their rise in the mighty agitation which swept over the country, due to the labors of William Miller of Lowhampton, New York. Miller was a farmer. In 1833, after long studies of the prophecies, he came to the conclusion that the world was coming to an end in 1843. He began to publish his views and win disciples. He found willing listeners in all parts of the country, and as the day approached, many sold their property, donned white robes, and went up to the hills to await their Lord's coming. In the revulsion of feeling due to the disappointment of their hopes, many renounced the doctrines of Miller. Others, however, still clung to the belief that Christ was soon to return, and various dates have been fixed. The Adventists, as a rule, do not now specify the exact date, but content themselves with simply affirming that the second coming is very near, within 10 or 15 years at the farthest. The original body, the Evangelical Adventists, with headquarters in Boston, set forth their first declaration of principles in Albany in 1845. In 1840, however, they had begun the publication in Boston of the Signs of the Times, which is still continued under the name of Messiah's Herald. The Christian Adventists is a larger body. This church was organized in 1861. It has publishing houses in Boston and in Yarmouth, Maine. The Seventh-day Adventists, with principal headquarters at Battle Creek, Michigan, arose, like the Evangelical Adventists, in 1845. They are a numerous society and have representatives in many foreign countries. These and other Second Adventist bodies are active in propagating their views and have numerous sympathizers in all the evangelical churches. They all unite in a materialistic conception of Christianity and in a literal interpretation of the Bible. The Reformed Episcopal Church is really the offspring of the High Church movement in the Protestant Episcopal Church. This movement became the ruling force. The old-time traditions, which allowed ministers of other churches to officiate in Episcopal pulpits, became of no effect. Between 1860 and 1870, canons were enacted forbidding any but episcopally ordained men to minister in the church service. Even indirect sanction of the validity of the ministerial rights of other denominations was frowned upon. These measures were obnoxious to many evangelical men in the Episcopal Church. They grew restive under them. All appeals to have these divisive and invidious laws rescinded, and all petitions for the revision of the prayer book were rejected. Trouble was inevitable. In 1871, the Reverend Dr. Cheney was suspended from preaching by Bishop Whitehouse for omitting the word regenerate in the service for infant baptism. Assistant Bishop Cummins, of Kentucky, was prohibited from preaching in the Illinois diocese by the same bishop on account of his opposition to the High Church laws. Matters reached a crisis at the meeting of the Evangelical Alliance in New York in October 1873. On Sunday, October 12th, Bishop Cummins assisted the illustrious Dr. Dorner, of Germany, and some other divines in the celebration of Holy Communion, in the Presbyterian Church of which Dr. John Hall was pastor. Dean R. Payne Smith, of Canterbury, and Canon Freemantle, of London, offended in the same way. This illustration of fraternal love between different bodies of Christians caused the utmost sensation in the Protestant Episcopal Church. A storm of adverse criticism fell on the heads of the unfortunate parties. Bishop Cummins seemed to feel there was no longer any place left for evangelical men in the Protestant Episcopal Church who desired to be true in any sense to the immemorial traditions of their own church, now superseded by high church canons, which cut off from the body of Christ all the historic churches of Christendom except the Greek and the Roman Catholic. This impression led to the withdrawal of Bishop Cummins and several clergymen and laymen from the Episcopal Church. On the 2nd day of December, 1873, in Association Hall, New York City, the Reformed Episcopal Church was organized with 8 clergymen and 20 laymen, all of whom had been members of the Protestant Episcopal Church. In 2 years the number of clergy increased to 50. With the elimination of the high church features, the Reformed Episcopal Church still retains a substantial agreement with the Mother Church. It holds to the Book of Common Prayer, "as it was revised, prepared, and recommended for use by the General Convention of the Protestant Episcopal Church, A.D. 1785." Extemporaneous prayer is allowed. Some doctrinal changes have been introduced into the 39 Articles, making them more definite and rigid. This church has recently become impregnated with Second Adventism. The United Brethren Church. Philip William Otterbein stands with Muhlenberg and Asbury among the most illustrious religious founders of the United States. He was born June 4th, 1726, at Dillenburg, Germany. In 1752 he emigrated to America and became pastor of the Reformed German Church in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. During his ministry here he received an experience very like Wesley's at the Aldersgate Street meeting, London. His preaching was with a spiritual power and illumination which was a surprise to his congregation. In 1760 he became pastor at Tulpehocken, Pennsylvania. He introduced evening services, special evangelistic agencies, and carried on a work similar to the latter work of the Methodist pioneers. He traveled far and wide, attending camp meetings, kindling religious enthusiasm, and introducing multitudes into a new experience. During a great meeting held in a barn in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, he met the Reverend Martin Boehm, a thoroughly congenial spirit, who had been conducting a similar movement among the Mennonites. These 2 men now joined hands, and, helped by other German ministers, they penetrated the wilds of Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia, preaching with a fervor and spiritual power unknown to the German settlers. Otterbein fell in with Asbury, by whom he was held in the highest esteem, and at whose ordination as bishop he assisted, December 27th, 1784. The work under Otterbein and Boehm became so extensive that annual conferences of the ministers were necessary in order to its guidance and consolidation. The first was held in Baltimore in 1789. For several years these earnest Germans were content with their existing church organizations and took no measures to form a new denomination. But in 1800, at their conference near Frederick, Maryland, the societies united in one body, which they called the United Brethren in Christ. Otterbein and Boehm were elected bishops. In 1815, the doctrinal position of the Church was defined in a brief and admirable statement, at once evangelical and Catholic. The government of this aggressive church is similar to that of the Methodist Episcopal, though more democratic. The United Brethren sustain missions in Germany and West Africa, and have an extensive publishing house in Dayton, Ohio. They have taken radical positions with regard to secret societies and all other moral reforms. A fact of wide and encouraging meaning is that, whereas at the time of the organization of the Church German was spoken almost exclusively, it is now used by less than 4% of the congregations. Otterbein, in the midst of his other labors, always had charge of a parish. He was stationed at York, Pennsylvania, 1765 to 74, and at Baltimore, 1774 until his death, November 17th, 1813. Harbaugh contends that Otterbein never left the church of his birth, but simply desired a reorganization of methods within that church. Similar in origin to the United Brethren is that other large section of Methodism, the Evangelical Association. In 1790, Jacob Albright, then a successful brick and tile manufacturer in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, was led into a thorough religious life through the death of his children. He had been trained in the Lutheran Church, to which he now turned for counsel. But he was repelled, and it was not until he met with Adam Ridgel, a Methodist lay preacher, that he found needful sympathy and help. This led him to study the Methodist polity and doctrine, and he was received into the Methodist Episcopal Church. Owing to a severe illness, he was led to undertake the evangelization of the German people. He began this work in October 1796. Though meeting with much opposition and persecution, he carried on his work with marvelous enthusiasm and success. At this time, the Methodist Episcopal Church did not propose entering the German-American field, so that this energetic lay evangelist was compelled to organize his societies on an independent footing. In 1803, his congregations formed a church similar in polity and doctrine to the Methodist Episcopal Church. In 1807, a conference was held at which Albright was ordained bishop. Albright had the zeal and enterprise of Otterbein, though without his learning, and his extensive travels throughout the German settlements introduced a new era into the history of these colonists. His saintly and beautiful life is a legacy of unspeakable value. He died at Muhlbach, Lebanon County, Pennsylvania, May 8, 1808. The Evangelical Association has extended largely in the Western States, and has a branch in Germany. This church has a college and theological department at Naperville, Illinois, and a publishing house at Cleveland, Ohio. It has recently been divided by one of the bitterest ecclesiastical feuds of modern times. The causes of this unfortunate division are largely personal, and all efforts towards healing this disastrous breach have thus far proven unsuccessful. A calamity such as this, to one of the purest and most earnest Christian churches in the land, is a matter of profound regret. End of chapter 19. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 20 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Transcendentalists. The Transcendental movement had its origin in a band of Unitarian scholars and thinkers, mostly young men, earnest, aggressive, and completely dissatisfied with the old order of things. In September 1836, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Frederick H. Hedge, George Ripley, and George Putnam met together in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to discuss measures for the bringing in of the better day. Each man, as Emerson intimated, "carried a revolution in his waistcoat pocket." But the truth of history must be told. The revolutions never came out of their hiding places. Other meetings were held. These were fitful and without any special prearrangement. The meeting at Emerson's house in Concord in that same month of September was called by the public the meeting of the Transcendental Club. There was really no organized movement. It was simply an undefined fellowship of thoughtful and original men in great good humor with themselves, but thoroughly out of humor with the ruling doctrines of the Church, and bent on realizing, they knew not how, an ideal quite independent of Christianity. George Ripley, one of the best of the original band, thus states the creed of the Transcendentalists. "There is a class of persons who desire a reform in the prevailing philosophy of the day. These are called Transcendentalists because they believe in an order of truths which transcends the sphere of the external senses. Their leading idea is the supremacy of mind over matter. Hence, they maintain that the truth of religion does not depend on tradition nor historical facts, but has an unerring witness in the soul. There is a light, they believe, which enlighteneth every man that cometh into the world. There is a faculty in all, the most degraded, the most ignorant, the most obscure, to perceive spiritual truth when distinctly presented, and the ultimate appeal on all moral questions is not to a jury of scholars, a hierarchy of divines, or the prescriptions of a creed, but to the common sense of the human race." Individuals differing very widely in their convictions were brought together. They were united by the common belief in the supremacy of the individual reason, of the intuitions of the soul, and of the immediate apprehension of spiritual truth by the native power of man. To them, human nature itself was divine. Chief among the Transcendentalists was Ralph Waldo Emerson, both a lover and a critic of the movement. He was a man of delightful spirit, and wrote with inimitable subtlety and grace. His name reflects immortal honor upon American letters. He came from a family famed for its religious distinction, in which were 8 generations of preachers. Not in theology, however, or in the theological spirit, but in letters and philosophical glimpses, it may be said Emerson was the rare flower of the New England stock. He graduated from Harvard University in 1821, and in 1829 became pastor of the Second Unitarian Church of Boston. In 1832 he resigned his pastorate on account of his growing lack of sympathy with everything distinctive of Christianity. Later he became unwilling to offer public prayer, and at length retired from all association with ecclesiastical affairs. He then devoted himself entirely to writing and lecturing. He made no pretension whatever to any consistency or constructiveness of thought, but there is always something marvelously vital, suggestive, and stimulating in his writings. He was an intuitionalist, pure and simple. He left no philosophical system, no school, and in religion he steadily drifted farther away from theism into a sort of pale pantheism. His life was remarkably pure and beautiful, and his constant plea for the things of the Spirit was not without its influence against the rising materialism. The Transcendentalists, at the outset, were men of sane and moderate intentions. They broached no visionary reforms. They were not iconoclasts. But between 1830 and 1850 the air was full of radical proposals for a reconstructed world, and the wildest social and religious theories were set forth. These the Transcendentalists rather encouraged than frowned upon, so that the opprobrium of these movements fell upon those who had little or nothing in common with them. Frothingham quotes from Emerson a description of the conventions of the Friends of Universal Progress, held in 1840 in Chardon Street, Boston. "The singularity and latitude of the summons drew together from all parts of New England, and also from the Middle States, men of every shade of opinion, from the straightest orthodoxy to the wildest heresy, and many persons whose church was a church of one member only. A great variety of dialect and of costume was noticed. A great deal of confusion, eccentricity, and freak appeared, as well as of zeal and enthusiasm. Mad men, mad women, men with beards, dunkers, Muggletonians, come-outers, groaners, agrarians, Seventh-day Baptists, Quakers, abolitionists, Calvinists, Unitarians, and philosophers, all came successively to the top, and seized their moment, if not their hour, wherein to chide, or pray, or preach, or protest. If there was not parliamentary order, there was life, and the assurance of that constitutional love for religion and religious liberty which in all periods characterizes the inhabitants of this part of America. These men and women were in reach of something better and more satisfying than a vote or a definition." The Transcendentalists themselves inaugurated an experiment at West Roxbury, Massachusetts, for the realization of human brotherhood, personal equality, and the combination of intellectual pursuits with manual labor. It was a small agricultural colony, organized, not on a communistic, but on a socialistic and cooperative basis. The Articles of Association were drawn up in September, 1841. The prime leaders were George Ripley, Charles A. Dana, Minot Pratt, and William B. Allen. Nathaniel Hawthorne also bought stock, and Theodore Parker, the great Channing, and other men of eminence gave it their sympathy. Personal property and individual rights and tastes were respected. The colony numbered about 150. Some joined to see how such an industrial experiment would work, and others were impelled by the desire to realize the democratic ideal of Christ. In the Dial, which was the great transcendental organ, Miss Elizabeth Peabody describes the Institute as an attempt to establish upon earth the city of God. "We have hitherto heard of Christ by the hearing of the ear," she says. "Now let us see him, let us be him, and see what will come of that. Let us communicate with each other and live." The male members of the Institute worked at farming, gardening, and other pursuits according to their liking, and many of them in teaching, which was the most remunerative part of their work. Some of the members, like Mr. and Mrs. Ripley, Dana, John S. Dwight, and George P. Bradford, were competent scholars, and they had no lack of pupils. In 1845 the Brook Farm Association was turned into a Fourierist phalanx. On the evening of March 3, 1846, the Philanthropy was burned, and the interesting experiment of Brook Farm was abandoned, 1847, amid crushing financial losses. Brook Farm is a romantic episode in American history. Of the sincerity of purpose and noble enthusiasm of its promoters there can be no doubt. Frothingham thinks that the introduction of Fourierism was one of the chief causes of its downfall. It smothered its joyous and free spirit by too much mechanism and rule. "The idealists lingered last, loath to leave a spot endeared by so many associations, hallowed by so many hopes. One of the last to go, one of the saddest of heart, one of the most self-sacrificing through it all, was John S. Dwight. It may truly be said that Brook Farm died in music." But the men who planted it never lost faith in the principles it embodied. Hawthorne used to speak of his old and affectionately remembered home at Brook Farm. In the same spirit Dana wrote long after of the "great pleasure to look back upon the days when we were together, and to believe that the ends for which we then labored are sure at last, in good time, to be realized for mankind." End of chapter 20. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 21 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Communistic Churches. Several attempts at a realization of the unity and community of goods of the early church have been made on American soil. These organizations, for the most part, have been established on ostensibly Christian and biblical principles, and therefore deserve a brief treatment in a history of the American Church. The first of these in point of time is the German Seventh-day Baptists. They were founded by Conrad Beissel, who came to this country in 1720. He very soon became dissatisfied with the views of the Tunkers, of which body he was a member, and began to advocate celibacy and the Saturday Sabbath. He withdrew from all intercourse with his former associates, and established himself as a hermit on the banks of the Cocalico River. He was soon joined by others. In 1728, Beissel formed a monastic order, and built cells at Ephrata, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. Celibacy was required on the part of the monks, but not for other members of the society. The inmates of the cloisters changed their names on assuming the vows of the order, and wore a peculiar garb. In 1740 there were 36 monks and 35 nuns, besides nearly 250 affiliated members. Various mills were operated. The monks gave special attention to printing. Some of the largest publishing undertakings of the entire colonial period were carried on in the German language in the retired settlement of Ephrata. For example, the celebrated Martyr book, Der blutige Schauplatz, was translated by them from the Dutch into German and printed here in 1748. It is an immense folio of over 1,500 pages, and probably the largest work from the colonial press. Pennypacker refers to the Sabbath school established by Ludwig Hacker of Ephrata as existing 40 years before Raikes's school was formed. Biesel died in 1768. Peter Miller, a convert from the Presbyterians, succeeded him. But the society has steadily gone down, and there are now but few members. The old cloister still stands at Ephrata, and another at Snow Hill, Pennsylvania. The Ephrata community kept up a good reputation for morality and piety, and one cannot but look with regret upon the steady dwindling away of this picturesque band of Baptist monks. The Shakers trace their origin back to the Camisards of France. They say that some of the Camisards went to England in 1706 and formed a society in 1747, which was led by James and Jane Wardley. Anne Lee of Manchester, England, joined this society in 1758. She received revelations from God and went forth to found a new church. Her leadership was accepted by many, and she was regarded as the second appearing of Christ. Acting under a supposed divine revelation, she and 9 of her followers set sail for New York, May 19, 1774. A tract of ground was bought, 7 miles northwest of Albany, and in 1776 Anne Lee's Pilgrim Church "gathered in its forest home." A revival of religion at New Lebanon, Columbia County, New York, in 1779, largely increased Lee's company. "The Shakers' first house of worship was built at New Lebanon in 1785. The first gathering into a community was in 1787. Their first written covenant of a full consecration to God of life, services, and treasure was signed by the members in 1795." Their proper name is Believers in Christ's Second Appearing, but they themselves ordinarily use the name by which they are known to the world. It is derived from one of their chief prophecies, Haggai 2, 6-7, where Christ is promised to appear. They have special points of agreement with the Quakers, especially in simplicity of dress and severe morality of life. Their societies consist of both sexes and all ages. The sexes commingle freely together in social converse, and in business and labor. They also worship and eat together, but in separate groups. The most absolute law of celibacy is rigidly enforced upon all. They reject the divinity of Christ. He became the Messiah in baptism. Resurrection is of the soul. The new life comes from the death of sin. The day of judgment is when anyone receives or refuses the Christ life. There is no arbitrary election into eternal life. Probation extends into the next life, and the end of the world comes to every soul when born of the Christ Spirit. The Shakers believe in spiritual communications. They are opposed to war and are loyal to civil government and to the laws of the land, but refuse all general governmental offices. An interesting body of Christians was founded by the weaver George Rapp, who was born at Iptingen, Württemberg, 1770, and died at Economy, Pennsylvania, August 7th, 1847. When a young man, he became impressed with the lifeless character of the church, and began to preach in the neighboring villages a return to the apostolic simplicity and earnestness of faith. Persecution was his reward. In 1803 he emigrated to America and made arrangements for the coming of his followers. They responded immediately, and very soon 600 persons had arrived. They purchased land in Butler County, Pennsylvania, along the Connoquenessing Creek. On February 15th, 1805, the Rappists formally organized themselves into a Harmony Society. Everything was to be thrown into a common stock, a uniform dress to be adopted, and each was to labor for the good of the whole. Rapp was their preacher, teacher, guide, and keeper. He was a man of earnest Christian character, of fine executive ability, and sound common sense. Houses, a church, a schoolhouse, mills, a tannery, and a distillery were built. In 1807, under an impulse of still stricter conformity to the example of Christ, the Rappists avowed celibacy. In 1815, they purchased a tract of 24,000 acres upon the Wabash, Indiana, where they established the New Harmony settlement. This they sold to Robert Owen in 1824, and the Rappists took up their last abode at Economy, Pennsylvania, 17 miles northwest of Pittsburgh. In 1831, a German adventurer, Bernhard Mueller, introduced dissensions into the colony. And since then the Rappists have lost heart, sought no more accessions, and have declined. At present they number only about 30 members. They have a saner theology than the Shakers, though with some suggestions of an extravagant mysticism. They abhor spiritualism, and look constantly for the personal second coming of Christ. Rapp believed that he would live to see this day. With pathetic faith, the venerable reformer, in extreme feebleness, awaiting the approach of death, said, "If I did not know that the dear Lord meant I should present you all to him, I should think my last moments come." Very similar in origin to the Rappists is the Separatist Society of Zoar. These Zoarites also arose in Württemberg, and brought upon themselves the wrath of the established church by their refusal to send their children to the clerical schools. The government also treated them harshly on account of their disinclination to bear arms. Some English Quakers assisted them to emigrate. They arrived in Philadelphia in August, 1817, and at once bought a tract of 5,600 acres in Ohio. Their headquarters are at Zoar, Tuscarawas County, Ohio. They chose Joseph Baumelaar as leader. They established a community of goods. In 1832 they sought for incorporation, taking the name of the Separatist Society of Zoar. They have prospered greatly in worldly affairs. In principle they are much like the Quakers. They believe in the Trinity and in the usual orthodox doctrines. They refuse all titles of honor, address every one as thou, du, reject the sacraments and all ceremonies, have no advanced ministry, and give equal rights to the women. Unlike the Rappists, the Zoarites hold that marriage is honorable. They are a pious and industrious folk, but have made little effort towards intellectual culture. John H. Noyes, the founder of the Oneida community, applied the doctrines of communism to persons as well as to property. He graduated at Dartmouth College in 1830, studied theology at Andover and New Haven, and was licensed to preach in 1833. He embraced, however, some strange doctrines. He held that the second coming of Christ took place soon after his ascension, that we are therefore living in a new dispensation in which personal communication with Christ secures salvation from all evil and sin, even disease and death itself. He sought to carry out his theories in 2 settlements organized on the most unregulated application of the theory of having all things in common. These communities were at Oneida, Madison County, New York, and at Wallingford, Connecticut. For 30 years Noyes's experiment went on with much success, 1848 to 79. For some years before 1878, Professor Mears, of Hamilton College, led a crusade against the immoral practices of the society in respect to the community of wives, and in 1879 this social feature was abandoned. Other changes followed. In 1880, communism in goods was superseded by a joint stock arrangement, and the community was reorganized and incorporated as the Oneida Community Limited. The community carries on several manufactories and has attained to considerable wealth. The Wallingford community was abandoned in 1880. End of chapter 21. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 22 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, The Mormons. It is impossible to unravel the intricate details of the early history of the most remarkable delusion in the history of religious fanaticism. To give each man who had a part in the promotion of Mormonism his just dues, to find out in whose mind it had its inception, to tell the exact part each played in that strange role, this is indeed a difficult task. Whitsitt has taken up this work with great thoroughness, and it seems probable that his results are not far from the truth. 3 men laid the foundations of Mormonism. The first was Solomon Spaulding. He may be called its unconscious prophet. He was an erratic Presbyterian preacher of western Pennsylvania, who was taken up with theories of millennialism, return of the Jews, and the Indians as descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel. He set forth these and other theories in a series of weak romances, one of which, the Book of Mormon, written about 1812, was deposited in the printing office of Patterson and Lambdin, Pittsburgh. Spaulding died in 1816. He did not give to the subsequent Mormonism its Bible, and his part is exaggerated by some, but it is indisputable that one, if not more, of his wild romances was at the foundation of the sacred book of the Latter-day Saints. Sidney Rigdon had the largest part in this literary history. Without intending it, he really founded the absurd Roman system. He was born in St. Clair Township, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, February 19th, 1793. He became a Baptist minister in 1819, but was converted into a firm belief in the views of the Disciples of Christ in 1821. The Disciples were literalists in their interpretation of Scripture, and when Rigdon came into the possession of Spaulding's manuscripts at the bankrupt sale of the Pittsburgh printers, he at once began to revise these writings, make large additions to them, and impregnate them through and through with the disciple theology. Rigdon's thought seems to have been to make these supposed revelations the medium of the founding of a church which would completely embody his ideals. Rigdon was, in his way, a brilliant and audacious man, and he succeeded in his work beyond his expectations. A helper appeared at the right moment. This was Joseph Smith, a young man of Manchester, Ontario County, New York. He was born in Sharon, Windsor County, Vermont, December 23rd, 1805. His family led a sort of gypsy existence from 1804 to 1815, changing their places of residence 7 times in that period. Their last abode was in Palmyra, Wayne County, New York. Joseph Smith was fond of divination, fortune-telling, discovering hidden treasures, and with his divining rod and seer stare, he traveled over New York State, attracting considerable attention. He had formerly been connected with the Methodists. He claims to have been the subject of visions and strange dreams. He united a visionary and emotional temperament with considerable shrewdness and sagacity. Rigdon fell in with him September 21st, 1823. Smith was captivated with the Pittsburgh minister's ideas and plans. The Book of Mormon, as edited by Rigdon, was published in March, 1830. The first church was enrolled at Manchester, New York, April 6, 1830. The singular book, thus destined to figure so largely in the religious history of the country, professed to give the fortunes of the aborigines of America from the time of their leaving the Bible lands until the time when a part of them were annihilated in the great battle of Cumorah Hill, Ontario County, New York, A.D. 384. Of those who escaped in that battle were Mormon and his son Moroni. Mormon collected the sacred books of the kings and priests, containing God's revelations, which were supplemented by Moroni, who buried them in the hill of Cumorah with the divine assurance that God's true prophet would some day discover them and publish them to the world. This volume, consisting of thin gold plates, Smith professed to have discovered. The reality of this, with several angelic interferences besides, was attested by the oath of Smith's amanuenses, Cowdery, Whitmer, and Martin Harris, all of whom, however, subsequently withdrew their oath and denounced the whole story as an imposture. The first gathering place of the Mormons was at Kirtland, Ohio, 1831. Many joined them. It is here that we first hear of Brigham Young, also a Vermonter, whose father had settled at Sherburne, Shenango County, New York. Brigham joined the Mormons in 1831, and his strong and determined character at once made an impression on the Kirtland colony. Missionaries were sent to England and the continent of Europe, and Young himself undertook the conversion of the New Englanders. But the new religionists made themselves obnoxious to the people of the town. Persecution arose, and they were driven out. A like fate overtook a section that went into Jackson County, Missouri. These latter were driven from county to county, until, in 1839, they were expelled from the state altogether. The Kirtland band, with many new converts, moved in 1838 to Nauvoo, on the Mississippi River, Illinois. Here they built a large town, constructed a temple, and were enjoying a prosperous existence when persecution once more arose. Their claims as the only true people of God, their "revelations," the new doctrine of polygamy which it was reported Smith had received by special communication from God, and the implicit obedience required by their prophet, these things, acting on the inflamed religious prejudices of the Gentiles, caused an unfortunate outbreak. Smith was arrested and imprisoned. On June 27th, 1844, a mob broke into the jail at Carthage, near Nauvoo, and shot Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram. This cruel and causeless murder threw the halo of martyrdom around the head of the first prophet of Mormonism, and bound his followers together as though around a sacred cause. The tireless energy and diplomacy of Brigham Young had supplanted Rigdon and virtually retired him. Young was elected president. He cared nothing for revelations, but devoted himself with rare ambition and statesmanship to consolidate the Mormons and lead them into territories beyond the hand of the disturber. With a select band of pioneers, he threaded a wild of 1,100 miles, and on July 24th, 1847, the great day of the Mormons, he arrived in the Salt Lake Valley. This was to be the Mormon center. Here the toilsome pilgrimage was to end. The next year 4,000 Mormons were marched with military precision across the Great Plains and mountains, and as if by magic Salt Lake City arose. Here Brigham Young reigned a virtual king until his death, August 29th, 1877. The Mormons received constant recruits by the missionary labors of their wily representatives in England, Sweden, and Norway. Their heavy emigration fund, and the glowing descriptions of the El Dorado of the West, with the religious zeal of the missionaries and their constant appeal to the Bible, made an impression upon the poorer classes in the old countries, and won many converts. The Germans and Swiss were less susceptible, and no hearing could be obtained in Roman Catholic countries. In addition to Utah, large colonies were settled in Wyoming, Idaho, and the surrounding states and territories. Brigham Young directed the political fortunes of the Mormon theocracy of the West. He ruled with a rod of iron. He reduced the whole territory of Utah under his sway. The federal authorities were treated with profound contempt. Trains of non-Mormon immigrants were massacred. It was a Mormon empire, in which a military autocracy was sustained by the august sanctions of religious inspiration. At length, after the close of the Civil War, the United States were in a position to regain control of this portion of their domain. A federal governor was appointed. In 1871, polygamy was outlawed, and Young arrested. But this advantage was not followed up. Frelinghuysen introduced a bill in 1873 severely censuring polygamy. A more radical measure was reported in 1874. These and later laws were of little effect, however, on account of the difficulty of enforcing them. At length, in 1882, Senator Edmunds, of Young's and Smith's native state, secured the passage of a bill which struck the death blow of polygamy. Many convictions followed this act. Gentile immigration largely increased. Public sentiment, as well as public law, began to work. The leaders saw that the immoral feature of their sect could be no longer maintained. In October, 1890, President Woodruff proclaimed to a vast audience in the temple at Salt Lake City that, by divine authority, polygamy was abolished in the Church of the Latter-day Saints. When Joseph Smith was reported to have published his revelation of polygamy in 1843, Rigdon strenuously held out against it. In fact, it is claimed that this was merely a ruse of Young's, who was a determined advocate of the new theory. Rigdon and Joseph Smith, Jr., the son of the slain prophet, repudiated Young's authority, and, with many thousands of the best Mormons, refused to join the Utah exodus. They went back to Kirtland, Ohio, and peaceably settled in other parts of the Middle West. After recovering from the shock of Smith's assassination, they launched their bark again under the title of the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They claim to be the true Mormons, and denounce Young and the larger church as schismatics and impostors. They quote from the Book of Mormon passages strictly forbidding polygamy and concubinage. The courts of Ohio have endorsed their claim to be the legal successors of the original Mormons by giving to them the old temple at Kirtland. They have a publishing house at Lamoni, Decatur County, Iowa, and churches in all the large cities of the Union and many in England. Joseph Smith, Jr. is the president of this body. The Mormons profess to prove all their tenets from the Bible, which is a divine revelation, and, along with the Book of Mormon and the Book of Doctrine and Covenants, the standard of faith and practice. They interpret the Bible in a crude and literal fashion. Their own sacred books do not supersede, but rather supplement, the Bible. Prophecy, miracles, and all the apostolic gifts continue in the Church to all time. The Epitome of Faith, issued by the Reorganized Church, is a carefully guarded statement of several scriptural doctrines, with some Mormon additions. The Mormon leaders have developed a theocracy fatal to virtue and liberty. It has wound its coils like an octopus around both the family and the state, and would have crushed both if it had had the power. The band that remained east of the Rocky Mountains under the younger Smith is the only Mormon body that has retained any degree of simple and scriptural faith. It is guiltless of the crimes that stain the reign of Brigham Young. Missionary work is now being carried on in Utah by the various evangelical denominations. The non-Mormon element has become so strong that the government of Salt Lake City has at length been wrested out of the hands of the hierarchy. Of all the frontier fields in the United States, no parts are so difficult for the minister of the gospel as those of Utah and the surrounding regions where Mormonism has held sway and breathed its mildew. End of chapter 22. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 23 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, The Antislavery Reform. The history of slavery in America is contemporary with the history of the country. In 1619, a Dutch frigate stopped at Jamestown, Virginia, and sold 14 negroes to the colonists. English merchants carried on the trade assiduously. The Royal African Company, chartered by Elizabeth, agreed to furnish in 33 years 144,000 negroes, many of them to the American colonies. The colonists, as a rule, had few, if any, scruples on the subject. The Virginian settlers of North Carolina carried their slaves with them. South Carolina was settled by planters from Barbados, whence slaves were brought by one of its earliest governors, Sir John Yeamans. The only colony in which slavery was outlawed was Georgia, and this, according to Bancroft, was not due to the humane sentiments of Oglethorpe, but to public interest and safety. In 1743, the anti-slavery laws were repealed. The cultivation of cotton, rice, and sugar in the South naturally attracted slave labor to that region, and although, on account of climate and other considerations of convenience, the Northern States employed less and less of slave labor, the merchants of Boston, Salem, Newport, New York, and other Northern cities carried on the slave traffic with great enterprise and zeal. In many cases, the outborne cargo was rum, which was exchanged in Africa for negroes, who were brought to the Southern States and became a part of the inheritance which only a great war destroyed. 300,000 slaves were imported into the colonies previous to 1776. Early voices were not wanting against slavery. Its inconsistency with the Declaration of Independence was the occasion of taunts without number. As might be expected, the New England states developed the earliest anti-slavery sentiment. As early as 1703, a verdict of damages in favor of a slave for the recovery of wages and freedom for the years after the age of 21 was rendered by a Connecticut court. In 1766, a similar verdict was given by the Superior Court of Salem, Massachusetts. In 1780, the Bill of Rights, declaring that, all men are born equally free and independent, was adopted by Massachusetts. It accompanied the Constitution of 1780 and was drawn up by John Adams. On the strength of this bill, the Supreme Judicial Court declared that slavery was abolished in Massachusetts. A similar decision did the same thing for New Hampshire, and so strong was the sentiment in Vermont that the first article of its Bill of Rights in 1777, before it became a state, branded slavery as an institution unworthy of the support of mankind. The Colonial Congress in 1774 made a similar declaration, "We will neither import nor purchase any slave imported, nor will we hold intercourse with those provinces that do not agree with the same." This healthful feeling pervaded the whole Revolutionary period. The spirit of the master, says Jefferson in his Notes on Virginia, is abating, that of the slave is rising from the dust, the way, I hope, preparing for total emancipation. The Revolutionary Fathers were sound on this question, and far in advance of their times. Washington, in his will, provided for the emancipation of his slaves. He said to Jefferson that it was, among his first wishes to see some plan adopted in which slavery in this country might be abolished by law." Franklin became the president of an abolition society in Philadelphia in 1787. John Adams echoed the words of Washington. "Every measure of prudence," he said, ought to be assumed for the eventual total extirpation of slavery from the United States." In 1787, when the Constitution of the United States was framed, slavery would have been abolished by that instrument had it not been for the opposition of South Carolina and Georgia, the inhabitants of which states believed slave labor a financial advantage. They firmly refused to go into the Union at all unless slavery was left untouched. The Friends seem to have been the earliest body to take action against slavery. In 1688, the Germantown, Philadelphia Quakers petitioned the yearly meeting to do something for the overthrow of the institution. From 1696 to 1776, the society nearly every year declared the importing, purchase, or sale of slaves by its members to be a disownable offense." John Woolman and Anthony Benezet are illustrious names in the history of this reform, 1746 to 67. Benjamin Lay, also a Quaker, reprinted the tract of Judge Samuel Sewall, of Massachusetts, The Selling of Joseph, which was first published in 1700. In 1770, Dr. Samuel Hopkins, a Congregationalist divine, pastor of the First Church, Newport, Rhode Island, began to preach against the slave system. Owing to the energy of its shippers, Newport was the principal slave mart for all the 13 colonies. Hopkins entered into the controversy with intense earnestness, and his sermons, pamphlets, and newspaper articles exerted a wide influence. He also devised a plan for African colonization and evangelization. Wesley's testimony against slavery was not without effect in America. In 1784, at the organization of the Methodist Episcopal Church, the following were the official records of the Church. "We view it (slavery) as contrary to the golden law of God, on which hang all the law and the prophets, and the inalienable rights of mankind, as well as every principle of the Revolution, to hold in the deepest abasement, in a more abject slavery than is perhaps to be found in any part of the world except America, so many souls that are all capable of the image of God." Explicit measures were then mentioned for the emancipation of every slave held by any members of the Church. This declaration closed thus: "What shall be done with those who buy or sell slaves, or give them away? Answer: They are immediately to be expelled, unless they buy them on purpose to free them." The subsequent history of Methodism, however, marked a continuous retreat from this position, until in 1836 the General Conference passed a vote of censure on 2 of its members for attending an anti-slavery meeting in Cincinnati. Nevertheless, in 1796, a protest had been made against the "crying evil of African slavery," and somewhat similar measures of manumission urged upon the Church as those outlined in 1784, but this time only in the case of official members. Slave selling, however, was prohibited. In 1800, preachers were particularly designated as the objects of discipline and disgrace in case of holding property in human beings. In 1804, the descent had gone so far that the discipline, besides paring away the resolutions of 1796, made the following notable concession: "The members of our societies in the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Tennessee shall be exempted from the operation of the above rules." The Presbyterian Church began its testimony with the same boldness. In 1787, the synods of New York and Philadelphia earnestly recommended abolition of slavery. This judgment was reaffirmed by the General Assemblies of 1793 and 1794. In a note to the 142nd question of the larger catechism, slavery was denounced as man-stealing. Slave-holding, however, was not made a disciplinary offense, and the note on man-stealing was erased in 1816. The Presbyterian Church contented herself with general statements on the evils of slavery, and with urging an ultimate emancipation. A period of quiescence followed. Slavery had become thoroughly entrenched in all the Southern states. Any effort at exscinding the slaveholding element would have caused a rupture immediately. The Protestant Episcopal and the Roman Catholic churches did not discriminate against the system. Even the Quakers grew cold. Slave owners were freely admitted into the Presbyterian and Methodist churches. The disruption of Methodism in 1844 was due not to a return to Wesley's high ground of slavery as a sin against God and an outrage on human rights, but to the fact, as asserted in the resolution of the General Conference, that Bishop Andrew's involuntary connection with slavery would embarrass the exercise of his office as an itinerant general superintendent. His suspension did not call a halt to the exercise of that spirit of concession which had been a marked feature in all the utterances of the Methodist Episcopal Church. This spirit had gone so far that, in 1836, the General Conference charged the ministers and members of the Church to abstain from all abolition movements and associations, and to refrain from patronizing any of their publications. Though the official representatives of Christ were very cautious and conservative, hoping and waiting for a time when Providence would interfere to remove the evil, the gospel had nurtured many a man whose life was devoted to the overthrow of the great curse. Chief of these was William Lloyd Garrison, who at an early period said, "Emancipation must be the work of Christianity and the Church. They must achieve the elevation of the blacks and place them on the equality of the Gospels." He was a printer and journalist, and from the time of his association with Benjamin Lundy, an eminent Quaker philanthropist, in the publication of the paper, the Genius of Universal Emancipation, in 1829, to the final overthrow of slavery, he labored with quenchless devotion to his work. Sometimes mobbed, he pursued his course with an enthusiasm that nothing could daunt. His plans were peaceable. He depended entirely on the force of truth, public sentiment, an enlightened conscience, and moral energy. In accordance with his principles, the New England Anti-Slavery Society was formed in January, 1832. Garrison had a host of helpers. It is impossible to do more than mention the names of some of those prophets of the better time, who led for so long what seemed a forlorn hope. Stephen S. Foster, Nathaniel Peabody Rogers, Parker Pillsbury, James G. Birney, Elizur Wright, Jr., Isaac T. Hopper, Gerrit Smith, Joshua Levitt, Arthur and Lewis Tappan, Oliver Johnson, these and many others gave the cause the advocacy of their voice, their pen, their life. The times demanded men of heroic mold. Harriet Martineau calls it the "martyr age in America." The mobbing of public speakers was nothing uncommon. The eloquent George Thompson was compelled to flee to England in disguise. Garrison was dragged through the streets of Boston with a rope around his body. Lovejoy was murdered in Alton, Illinois, in 1837. Birney's printing press was destroyed in 1836. It was the martyrdom of Lovejoy that gave Wendell Phillips to the cause. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1850 brought out Theodore Parker. The eloquence of Henry Ward Beecher was enlisted. Noble women like Lydia Maria Child, Lucretia Mott, Abby Kelly, and Mrs. Stowe gave their influence also. That most powerful novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852, was really, as Nassau W. Sr., the English economist, said, a pamphlet against the fugitive slave law. Whittier was the poet of the movement, helped by other master singers, Bryant, Longfellow, and especially Lowell. But it was reserved by an inscrutable providence that not by the Church, nor by philanthropists, nor by law, should American slavery receive its death blow, but by the bloody ordeal of a 4 years' conflict between the North and the South. Abraham Lincoln signed the death warrant of American, if not universal, slavery by issuing the Emancipation Proclamation on July 1st, 1863, a warrant executed by the greatest civil war in all history. The South is acquiescing in this result as a providential deliverance. Her people have learned that slavery was, after all, only a most expensive system, and had they the option today to choose its restoration, they would promptly refuse the offer. The Southern people have entered upon a new era of material development and religious prosperity. The American Church is girding itself to the solution of the questions presented by the unparalleled spectacle of a race of magnificent possibilities suddenly elevated from the condition of chattels to that of free citizenship. No church in any country has ever been burdened with so great and sudden a responsibility. The future will prove that no church has discharged its delicate and difficult task with more heroic spirit than that of the whole American Church. End of chapter 23. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 24 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, The Temperance Reform. The colonists took strong ground concerning intemperance. Plymouth Colony, in a law of 1658, disfranchised drunkards. A man convicted of drunkenness the 3rd time was publicly whipped. Governor Winthrop, of the Massachusetts Bay Company, was much grieved at the drinking customs of the time, and forbade all drinking of healths at his table. In 1637, a law was passed prohibiting loafing at taverns. In 1645, innkeepers were fined 5 shillings for allowing anyone to drink excessively in their taverns. In 1646, a stringent law was passed by the Massachusetts Bay colonists regulating the sale of liquor and forbidding any disorder in public houses. A prohibitory law was passed in Virginia in 1676, but it had little effect. It is evident, therefore, that in the pre-revolutionary times the drink curse was recognized as a public calamity, and efforts were made to abate it. Many of the Revolutionary Fathers had decided views on the temperance question. Franklin was a total abstainer, and an advocate of abstinence. John Adams thundered against the public house. In his journal, June 4th, 1761, he says, quote, "Discharged my venom to Bill Vesey against the multitude, poverty, ill government, and ill effects of licensed houses, and the timorous temper, as well as criminal design, of the select men who grant them approbation." End quote. Israel Putnam took the same ground. He held that the multiplying of public houses has a tendency, as he says, quote, "to ruin the morals of the youth, and promote idleness and intemperance among all ranks of people." End quote. He understood the subject thoroughly. On February 27th, 1774, the Continental Congress spoke as follows, quote, "Resolved, that it be recommended to the several legislatures of the United States immediately to pass laws the most effectual for putting an immediate stop to the pernicious practice of distilling grain, by which the most extensive evils are likely to be derived, if not quickly prevented." End quote. This resolution failed of its design, however. The most influential utterance of that time was the essay by Dr. Benjamin Rush, entitled "The Effects of Ardent Spirits on the Human Body and Mind," published in Philadelphia in 1786. This essay was a very intelligent discussion, and made a profound impression wherever it was read. Besides, Rush saw to it that it was read. Copies of it were presented to the clergy, and it was sold in tract form by the thousand. Edition after edition was called for. The author visited religious bodies, made speeches before them, and tried everywhere to enlist public sympathy for a temperance reform. His pamphlet was republished in the Gentleman's Magazine, London, in 1786. Rush had a strong belief in the efficacy of religious instruction, and but little faith in law. He says, "From the influence of the Quakers and Methodists in checking this evil, I am disposed to believe that the business must be effected finally by religion alone. Human reason has been employed in vain, and the conduct of New England in the Congress has furnished us with a melancholy proof that we have nothing to hope from the influence of law in making man wise and sober. Let these considerations lead us to address the heads and governing bodies of all the churches in America upon the subject. I have borne a testimony, by particular desire, at a Methodist conference, against the use of ardent spirits, and I hope with effect. I have likewise written to the Roman Catholic Bishop of Maryland to set an association on foot against them in his society. I have repeatedly insisted upon a public testimony being published against them by the Presbyterian Synod of this city, Philadelphia, and have suggested to our good Bishop White the necessity of the Episcopal Church not standing neutral in this interesting business." It appears, therefore, that Dr. Rush was the morning star of the temperance reformation. He fought for the cause with splendid persistency. It appears also that, as in the case of slavery, the opinions of many of the leading minds in the Revolutionary era were far in advance of much of the sentiment of later times. As we have seen, from the support given to Dr. Rush, the churches were not blind to the evils of intemperance. The bold testimony of Wesley prepared the Methodists for a radical position. His rule absolutely forbidding the use of intoxicating drinks as a beverage was adopted at the organization of the American Church in 1784. This action but reaffirmed their utterance at the conferences before they had an independent existence as a church. Thus, in 1783, "Should our friends be permitted to make spirituous liquors, sell and drink them in drams? Answer, by no means. We think it wrong in its nature and consequences, and desire all our preachers to teach the people, by precept and example, to put away this evil." The same declaration was made in 1780. Dorchester quotes a noble statement put forth by Bishops Coke and Asbury, explaining what must then have been considered remarkable legislation. In 1784, the New England Yearly Meeting of Friends condemned the use of ardent spirits, and in 1788 they made abstinence binding upon all their members. The other churches moved later. In 1812, the Presbyterian General Assembly protested, "not only against actual intemperance, but against all those habits and indulgences which may have a tendency to produce it." In the same year, the General Association (Congregational) of Connecticut put forth a manifesto to the same import. In 1818, the Presbyterian Assembly went further, and said that men ought to "abstain from even the common use of ardent spirits." Joseph Talcott, a devout Quaker, was a pioneer reformer. He lived near Auburn, New York, and Professor W. J. Beecher, of Auburn Theological Seminary, has rescued his name from oblivion. Talcott preached abstinence through all that part of the country. This was in 1816. He appeared before the Presbyterian Synod of Geneva, New York, and presented the claims of his cause with such cogency and force that the Synod published his paper with resolutions "fully approving it, and solemnly declaring that from that time they would abandon the use of ardent spirits except for medicinal purposes, that they would speak against its common use from the pulpit, and use their influence to prevail with others to follow their example." About 1819, Judge Hertel of New York published a pamphlet taking common cause with Talcott, and produced a wide impression. In 1810, Dr. Herman Humphrey, pastor of the Congregational Church in Fairfield, Connecticut, preached a series of 6 sermons on intemperance. Humphrey was thoroughly in earnest, and upon assuming the presidency of Amherst College in 1823, he regenerated the spirit of the college with regard to this matter, and made it a powerful focus of temperance light. A remarkable sermon was preached by the Rev. Nathaniel S. Prime, father of the Rev. Dr. S. Irenaeus Prime, before the Long Island Presbytery, November 5th, 1812. This sermon produced a profound impression. In his second parish at Cambridge, Washington County, New York, about 1813, Prime organized the farmers of his congregation into a temperance society. Lyman Beecher was the Nestor of that day. In 1825 he preached his 6 celebrated sermons on intemperance in Litchfield, Connecticut. They were published, and had a wide circulation in both this country and Europe. Beecher was the disciple of Rush. The reading of Rush's essay gave him to the temperance cause. Besides that, the treatment accorded to some Indians of his parish by the liquor sellers awoke an abhorrence to the traffic which he ever after retained. "Oh, it was horrible, horrible," he says in his autobiography. "It burned and burned in my mind, and I swore a deep oath to God that it shouldn't be so." Discussion ripened into organization. Probably the first temperance society was the Union Temperance Society of Moreau, New York, founded in 1808. The following year saw a similar society in Greenfield, also in Saratoga County, New York. In 1813, the Massachusetts Society for the Suppression of Intemperance was organized. Other societies followed. The American Society for the Promotion of Temperance was organized in 1826. The work received great impetus by the first National Temperance Convention, held in Philadelphia in May, 1833. Up to this time, the principal aim was to abate the evils of drink, without specially committing anyone to the principle of total abstinence. The platform of the first National Convention was simply, "The traffic in ardent spirits as a drink, and the use of it as such, are morally wrong, and ought to be abandoned throughout the world." That same year saw the Massachusetts Society adopt the pledge of total abstinence. In 1836, the Pennsylvania Society occupied the same ground. The Second National Convention, held in Saratoga in 1836, also flung the banners of total abstinence to the breeze. So rapidly did the more daring principle win adherents. The celebrated Washingtonian movement, originating in Baltimore in 1840, led 150,000 men to give up the use of intoxicating liquors. It was the parent of the Order of the Sons of Temperance, which was organized in New York in 1842. The Good Templars Order, the most massive and powerful of all the secret fraternities which have gathered about the temperance idea, originated in New York in 1851. It is a world-wide order. Both it and the Sons of Temperance have exerted an incalculable influence on public opinion, largely through their education of young people. Many other organizations have sprung from the same desperate effort to do something to stem the tide of intemperance. The invocation of law was not long delayed. Eminent jurists gave it as their opinion that the state had the right to prohibit the liquor traffic, or to restrict it in any way it thought best, an option that has been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. The Fourth National Convention, held in 1851, recommended prohibitory laws. As early as 1833, American statesmen repudiated the license system as a means of dealing with the traffic. It is surprising what radical temperance measures were passed between 1837 and 1840. There was apparently a better public feeling then than now. Agitation had aroused the public mind. It seemed at one time as though the spontaneous uprising of the people would outlaw the traffic forever. Maine passed her prohibitory law in 1846, and in 1848 made it embrace all intoxicating liquors. Many of the states voted no license. Delaware declared for prohibition by statute in 1847, but the law was adjudged unconstitutional. Massachusetts passed a prohibitory law in 1852. Vermont made a similar law in the same year, New Hampshire in 1855, Rhode Island in 1852, Connecticut in 1854, New York in 1855, and many other states have had at some time a prohibitory law in one or another of its forms. This splendid vantage ground has since been greatly endangered. At the present time, the only states in which prohibition is in force are Maine, Vermont, Kansas, Iowa, and the Dakotas. Many of the states have recently rejected prohibition by immense majorities when submitted to popular vote. The natural law of reaction, the difficulty of enforcing the laws, the swarming of European immigrants, the new force to be reckoned with in those educated under conditions foreign to our own, and who look with supreme impatience on any attempt to regulate their social habits, the conviction of many as to the inexpediency of strict laws against drink, except where sustained by an overwhelming public sentiment, the bad spirit evolved by party bickerings, and the mutual denunciations of each other by temperance people over the question of method, the coming in of other great issues, like those which led to the Civil War, the labor disturbances of more recent times, and the new political economy, which is inclined to make bad social conditions the cause of drink rather than vice versa, these and other reasons may have had more or less to do with the present pause in the advance of the temperance reform. Temperance people are hopelessly divided as to method. The liquor interest acts as a unit in all matters affecting itself. But the result of the great moral agitation of this century abides in the entire emancipation of the mass of English-speaking people of North America from the use of intoxicating drinks. Victory will come in the end. The day is sure to dawn when the saloon will be relegated to the realm of antiquities, and will be as great a curiosity as the Virgin, or any other monstrosity in the torture chamber of the Nuremberg castle. In 1873-74, a remarkable movement began in Ohio. The women formed praying bands, and visited the saloons, imploring their keepers to close. They joined prayer and song with moral suasion. Their reception was varied, and many thrilling incidents occurred. Hundreds of saloon keepers gave up their business, and many more converted and became useful citizens. The general result was most favorable. This movement resulted in the formation, in 1874, of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, which has been of incalculable benefit to the great cause of temperance. End of chapter 24. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 25 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Philanthropy and Christian Union. Philanthropy is a characteristic of present-day Christianity. The effort is made to realize in the life of the Church the healing mission of Christ. That spirit more and more pervades the Church. Sometimes this appears in corporate action, and often in individual consecration. Wealth is poured out in abundance in the founding of institutions of healing and mercy. Men who make but little profession of Christianity are touched by the genius of the gospel, and vie with each other in providing for themselves a monument better far than sculptured stone or storied urn. But much yet remains to be done. This is a ripe field. Rich rewards await the reapers. No sooner had the close of the Civil War thrown upon the country the stupendous problem of fitting an enslaved race for freedom Then the churches came forward to freely offer their help. Only 5 months after the beginning of the war, the American Missionary Association, Congregational, opened a school in Hampton, Virginia, for fugitive slaves. The spot overlooked the waters on which the first slave ship entered the American continent. This school was opened on September 17th, 1861. The association extended its work after the close of the war. It now supports some of the best institutions in the South, such as Berea College, Berea, Kentucky; Atlanta University; Fisk University, Nashville, Tennessee; and Straight University, New Orleans. A non-denominational Freedmen's Aid Society was organized in Boston, February 7th, 1862, another in New York a few days later, and others in Cincinnati, Chicago, and elsewhere. These societies were consolidated in 1866 under the name of the American Freedmen's Union Commission. The Baptists have pursued this work energetically, beginning as early as 1862 and supporting some of the finest schools in the South. The Free Baptists have Storer College at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. The Friends have not been neglectful of this work, though their object is rather to help the public school system than to establish schools of their own. The Methodist Episcopal Church established its Freedmen's Aid Society on August 6, 1866, and has put money and men without stint into this field. The Presbyterians organized their work in 1865, as did also the Episcopalians. The method of all these and other societies is to unite religion and education. Education is interpreted liberally. It includes industrial, normal, biblical, classical, and professional departments. The Negro is found responsive to the touch of culture, and this work has revealed a beautiful heroism and self-sacrifice both on the part of the teachers in consecration to a noble work, and on the part of the pupils in their earnestness in seeking the advantages thus offered. 2 special benefactions to this field deserve mention. One is the gift of $3 million by George Peabody in 1866, and the other that of $1 million by John F. Slater of Norwich, Connecticut, in 1882. The treatment of the Indians by the United States is one of the darkest chapters in our national history. Mrs. Helen Hunt Jackson, who labored nobly in this cause, describes that whole history in one word: a century of dishonor. They were first robbed of their territories, then crowded into reservations, afterwards robbed of these, and all the time cheated, oppressed, and deceived. The only good Indian is a dead Indian is the unholy dictum which has governed a great deal of our action. A humaner policy has, however, not been wanting. The first instruction delivered to Virginia was, "to provide that the true word and service of God be preached, planted, and used, not only in the said colony, but also as much as might be among the savages bordering upon it, according to the rites and doctrines of the Church of England." The point made by Roger Williams, that the Indian was the real owner of the soil, was acknowledged by many of the early colonists. The seal of Massachusetts colony had as its device the figure of an Indian, with the Macedonian cry, "Come over and help us." But our coming has often been with no benevolent intentions. Recently a better spirit has been shown. The government is trying the work of civilization instead of extirpation, and with notable success. It supports many schools itself, besides aiding schools partially supported by missionary boards. The latter are called contract schools. For this class of work alone, the government distributed, in 1890, $506,994, of which the Catholics received $356,491, the Presbyterians $47,650, the Congregational Society $16,408, and the remaining $86,455 was given to other church societies doing work among the Indians. The Indian Training School at Hampton, Virginia, has realized splendid results. Of the 250,000 Indians now in the United States, 96,000 are, wholly or in part, in citizens' dress, 22,000 can read, 29,000 can speak the English language, and 17,000 live in houses. In 1889, 300,000 acres of land were cultivated by the Indians. It seems evident, therefore, that the humaner policy has not been a failure. It is often asserted that the Indians are a doomed race, that they must eventually disappear from the earth. Whatever may be true of some tribes, it is a fact that there is an actual increase where tests have been applied. The Reverend Dr. J. P. Williamson, after a lifelong experience with the Dakotas, intimates that they have increased 60% in 40 years. The Reverend Dr. Stephen R. Riggs, after 40 years of service among the Sioux, in answer to the question, "Is the Indian dying out?" said, "No, sir, I do not think that the facts which are before us at all justify the belief that the Indians are necessarily a vanishing race." All the larger denominations support numerous hospitals, retreats, asylums, homes for the aged and infirm, and other institutions of mercy. The Roman Catholic Church has been prominent in this department of Christian activity, its numerous sisterhoods furnishing to its hand a body of workers adapted to the pursuits of charity. All the Protestant denominations have made notable advances within recent years, and have shown that they are not silent to the voice of distress. The work of Dorothea Lind Dix in improving the care of the insane is one of the most magnificent achievements of a century. What Howard did for prisons, Miss Dix has done for insane asylums. Her whole life was devoted to this cause, and through her efforts changes were introduced which tended to the permanent alleviation, if not cure, of the victims of insanity. Her work covered both continents. The life of this frail woman marked a new era in the history of human progress. It is impossible to do justice to the marvelous advance on all lines of social, industrial, and national enterprise due to the increasing Christian sentiment of the age. Societies for the prevention of cruelty to children, organizations which do the same work for animals, the disappearance of dueling from every English-speaking land, arbitration for the settlement of national disputes, more considerate laws in war, the treatment of both civil and military prisoners, the crusade against opium and spirituous liquors, these and other facts show the growing power of Christian light and love. There are clouds, however, yet in our sky. There are occasional ebullitions of the old savage barbarism. There are problems of the most serious and perplexing character, such as intemperance and the conflict of labor and capital, which face the present generation. But the progress in the past 50 years has been so gratifying that we cannot but look to the future with great hope. Christian union is one of the most beautiful phrases of our American ecclesiastical life. It is only within recent years that fraternity has predominated over denominational differences. Theological controversies were so bitter, and men held to their convictions with such intense emphasis, that it was impossible for the churches to cooperate in the spirit of Christian love. The great revival of 1857 to 59 helped to dissolve these animosities. The Evangelical Alliance, founded in 1846, has been a powerful agency in bringing the churches into closer relationship. The Young Men's Christian Association, founded in London by George Williams, June 6, 1844, attracted a great number of young men of all denominations into Christian work, and furnished a broad platform on which all churches could stand for the furtherance of the Redeemer's kingdom. The growth of this non-sectarian organization has been one of the golden fruits of this era. There were, in 1891, 4,110 associations throughout the world, with 375,163 members, of which number 1,341 associations were in the United States and Canada, with 212,676 members. The Sanitary and Christian Commissions were voluntary associations for the care of the wounded and suffering during the Civil War. These also strengthened the sentiment of Christian union. The needs of the unevangelized masses, the folly of intruding denominational rivalries into small communities in our own land, and in mission fields already occupied, the helplessness of a divided church before any great and urgent call, the scandal to the Christian name of the spirit of division which has had free course in many parts of the country, the perpetual object lesson of the Roman Catholic Church in the massiveness and unity of its impression, these and other considerations have helped forward the conviction that the time has come when some kind of a bond or federal union or alliance, some method of realizing an interdenominational fellowship, is imperatively demanded. The noble work of that best of all non-sectarian organizations, the American Bible Society, formed in 1816 in New York, a society which for nearly a century has been the meeting ground of Christians of every name, has shown that such a communion of labor and counsel is entirely practicable. The growth of Christian union has been also helped by the formation of the Young People's Society of Christian Endeavor, organized in Portland, Maine, by the Reverend Francis E. Clark in 1881. The society emphasizes loyalty to one's own church as one of its cardinal principles. But it has interdenominational features which give it a unique and splendid advantage. This recent development of the Christian activity of America has had a marvelous growth in all evangelical denominations, and has contributed towards the realization of the sense of Christian brotherhood and of the oneness of all of Christ's followers. The Protestant Episcopal Church has the honor of being the first to institute proceedings looking towards the reunion of Protestantism. In its General Convention, held in Chicago in 1886, the House of Bishops submitted a plan by which it was thought the churches might take initial steps towards organic union. This basis was endorsed by the Convention, and it has been submitted to the other Christian churches for their action. It puts forward the Apostles' and the Nicene Creeds as an expression of doctrine, the Bible as the rule of faith, the sacraments of the Lord's Supper and baptism, and the historic episcopate. The overtures have received cordial welcome in many quarters, and in others only indifferent attention. The chief difficulty seems to be in the interpretation of the historic episcopate. The consummation of some form of tangible and visible Christian union is the great need of the modern church. But there is no likelihood that this fruition will ever be reached on the basis of any form of ecclesiastical polity. A declaration identical in terms with that of the House of Bishops of the Protestant Episcopal Church was set forth by the Conference of all the bishops throughout the world in fellowship with the Church of England, held at the Lambeth Conference, London, in the summer of 1888. But the almost unanimous report of the Committee on Christian Union, appointed by the chairman of this conference, the Archbishop of Canterbury, in which the acceptance of the historic episcopate was interpreted as not necessarily invalidating the ordinations of other churches, was voted down by a large majority, and even its publication suppressed. End of chapter 25. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 26 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, Missions. In no country has the growing missionary spirit been so strong as in the United States. In proportion to its brief history and the absorbing demands of its own territory, No land has achieved so much in foreign fields. The home field has indeed taken up the energies of the churches to a degree unparalleled elsewhere, yet this has stimulated to increased sacrifices for foreign missions. When we consider the work achieved in these two departments, it is impossible to charge the American Church with indifference to the needs of the perishing. Reference has already been made to the work of Eliot and other missionaries to the Indians. During this century, the work has been carried forward with greater persistency. The Penobscot Indians of Maine have been under the charge of Catholic missionaries. Ravagne, who labored among them from 1800 to 1820, was one of the most devoted of the Catholic workers. In 1765, Samuel Kirkland opened up a Presbyterian mission among the Senecas in New York State. He then turned to the Oneidas, where he met with great success. The tribe was changed from savages to a sober, industrious, civilized Christian community. The Friends have also labored among the New York Indians during this century. The American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, Congregational and Presbyterian from 1810 to 1870, Congregational since 1870, began their work in this field among the Cherokees of Georgia in 1815. One of their converts, a half-breed Cherokee, invented the Cherokee alphabet in 1825, and in 3 or 4 years half the nation could read. A remarkable fact in attestation of the good fruits of Indian missionary labor is, that when in 1859 the Reverend H. H. Spalding returned to the Nez Perce, after an enforced exile of 12 years, he found that these Indians had retained their religious services, and that many of them still kept up morning and evening prayers. In 1883, the American Board transferred all its Indian missions to the American Missionary Association. The Presbyterian Church entered this field in 1833. It has accomplished much in educational work. The Protestant Episcopal Church has paid special attention to the Sioux. The Reverend S. D. Hinman translated the prayer book into the Dakota tongue, and this church has established several successful agencies among intractable tribes. The Baptists have made a noble record. They have 162 churches and 21 missionaries in Indian Territory. John Stewart was the pioneer Methodist Indian missionary. His charge was the Wyandottes of Ohio. He died in 1823. Many Methodist conferences have now their own missions among the Indians in all parts of the land. Two facts make missionary labor among the Indians particularly difficult: their extreme conservatism and their natural suspicion and jealousy of the whites, due to our century of dishonor. The Church of the United States has achieved great results in connection with missions in European and Asiatic Turkey. This has been especially an American field, and no part of the vast enterprise of modern missions has required greater wisdom and zeal. It was of the remarkable results of this mission that the Earl of Shaftesbury said, "I do not believe that in the whole history of missions, I do not believe that in the history of diplomacy or in the history of any negotiation carried on between man and man, we can find anything to equal the wisdom, the soundness, and the pure evangelical truth of the men who constitute the American mission." General Lew Wallace, who went to the East prejudiced against mission work in those countries, completely changed his views after a residence on the ground, and gave cheerful testimony to the fine work, both civilizing and religious, which the American missionaries are accomplishing. In 1863, Robert College was opened on the Bosphorus, and about the same time the Syrian Protestant College at Beirut. These schools have been powerful factors in the uplifting of the country, and some of the missionaries, Doctors Hamlin, Long, Bliss, Washburn, Van Dyke, Post, and others, have blessed the whole world by their Oriental scholarship and sublime devotion to a great cause. Another triumph of the American missionary is the Sandwich Islands. In 1819, Bingham and Thurston arrived on the islands. In 1824, the principal chiefs agreed to recognize the Sabbath and adopt the Ten Commandments as the basis of government. The country has been long since completely Christianized, and in 1850 the native churches organized the Hawaiian Missionary Society to carry the gospel to other islands. To the American Board belongs the honor of this marvelous history. In 1863, a greater proportion of the population could read and write than in New England. The results of this mission, however, have been severely endangered by the heavy ingress of foreign traders. This element has served as a most corrupting agency. Japan has also been a special field of American effort. The first to take advantage of the Treaty of 1858, in which certain ports were opened to trade and residence, July 4th, 1859, was the Protestant Episcopal Church, which before the latter date had sent John Liggins and C. M. Williams, afterwards bishop, from China to Japan. The same year the Presbyterians sent Dr. J. C. Hepburn, the famous Japanese lexicographer, and the Reformed Church, the Reverend Dr. S. R. Brown, and 2 others. This was the beginning of that mighty impulse which has carried Japan to the van of Oriental nations in tolerance and the ideals of a Christian civilization. In 1868 occurred the great revolution which overturned the old tycoon and brought in the reign of liberal ideas. In the magnificent progress of Christianity in Japan, the American churches have had a large share. Nearly all the denominations have representatives there. The societies laboring under the Presbyterial polity united in 1877 with the Native Church of Christ in Japan. The churches organized according to the Congregational polity are independent native churches. Efforts at further union have been made, but thus far unsuccessfully. The chief difficulty is in the line of discipline and polity. The Japanese themselves are impatient at what seems to them the frivolous divisions of the Church. "It is evident to all who are familiar with the history of the native intellect, or with the workings of the Japanese mind, past or present, that subtle doctrinal theories have no charm, but are only a weariness to the flesh. They refuse to believe that the hereditary quarrels of European Christians need to be perpetuated in their country, or that, in view of the gospel's supreme good news, and the necessities of their countrymen, either the denominational differences in doctrine or peculiarities of government are at all needful." In 1890 there were 18 Protestant churches operating in Japan, supporting 422 stations, 207 churches, and reporting 29,663 communicants. India is the virgin field of the American missionary movement. In 1806, 4 students at Williams College were accidentally driven together by a thunderstorm. Under the lee of a haystack, they pledged themselves to carry the gospel to the heathen, Samuel J. Mills saying, "We can do it if we will." 2 years later, Mills, Richards, and Gordon Hall signed a pledge to missionary work. "In 1810, Mills, again leading, with Judson, Newell, and Knott, all students in Andover Theological Seminary, met a number of ministers at the parlor of Professor Stewart, and in response to their appeal to be sent to foreign lands, received the assurance, 'Go in the name of the Lord, and we will help.' The next day 2 of these ministers, Doctors Spring and Worcester, on their way to the General Association of Massachusetts, Congregational, at Bradford, formed the plan of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, which 3 days later, June 29th, 1810, was adopted by the association." This is the oldest missionary society in the United States. On the 19th of February, 1812, Judson and Newell, with their wives, sailed from Salem, Massachusetts, for Calcutta, and on the 22nd, Hull, Rice, and Knott sailed from Philadelphia for the same port. This was the beginning at once of Christian foreign missions and of the heroic labors of American missionaries in Burma and India. The conversion of Judson to Baptist views brought the Baptists to India. The Presbyterians entered in 1833, the Methodists in 1856, and now there are about 14 American churches working in India. It is impossible to name all the lands where the feet of the American missionary have trod. The latest accession to Africa is the brave William Taylor, a man of apostolic mold. He has gone into the Congo country, and we trust will aid mightily towards founding a Christian state. The first Methodist foreign missionary was Melville B. Cox, whose early death in Liberia in 1833 left the memory of a beautiful and devoted life. Korea is one of the latest on the list of missions. The Reverend John Ross, of Moncton, China, without leaving his own mission, mastered the Korean language, translated the whole New Testament into Korean, sent packages into the country, and thus, when Protestant missionaries at a later time entered Korea, "they found whole communities in the north professing Protestant Christianity, studying the Bible among themselves, and only waiting for someone to come and teach them." In 1884, the Presbyterian and Methodist Episcopal boards almost simultaneously sent missionaries into the country. Alaska, long shamefully neglected, is now the center of a promising mission. The Reverend Dr. Sheldon Jackson, the Apostle of Alaska, has placed the whole Christian church under obligation to him for his labors in that new and needy field. He is an honor to the Presbyterian Church. No more important mission field demands the consecration of Christian sympathy and energy than the United States. Immigration on a scale unknown in modern history has placed upon us problems which are the despair of our wisest men. "Wide open and unguarded stand our gates, and through them presses a wild, motley throng, men from the Volga and the Tartar steppes, featureless figures of the Hoang Ho, Malaysian, Scythian, Teuton, Celt, and Slav, flying the old world's poverty and scorn. These bringing with them unknown gods and rites, those, tiger passions, here to stretch their claws. In street and alley, what strange tongues are these, accents of menace, alien to our air, voices that once the Tower of Babel knew? O Liberty, white goddess, is it well to leave the gates unguarded? On thy breast fold sorrow's children, soothe the hurts of fate, lift the downtrodden, but with hand of steel stay those who to thy sacred portals come to waste the gifts of freedom. Have a care, lest from thy brow the clustered stars be torn and trampled in the dust. For so of old the thronging Goth and Vandal trampled Rome, and where the templates of the Caesars stood, the lean wolf unmolested made her lair." Footnote: Thomas Bailey Aldrich, in the Atlantic Monthly, August, 1892. The first Home Missionary Society was organized by the Congregationalists in Connecticut in 1774. The Presbyterians of New York and New Jersey followed in 1789 and 1796, and the Congregationalists of Massachusetts established the Massachusetts Home Missionary Society in 1799. The polity of the Methodist Episcopal Church requiring an itinerant ministry, the labors of many of its preachers were purely missionary, without the name. The Western field was one of great territory for home missionary work. The Methodist Episcopal Missionary Society was organized in 1819, but its labors for the first 13 years were confined entirely to the home field. All the churches exhibited a profound interest in missionary work. The Protestant Episcopal Church organized its Board of Missions, for both foreign and home work in 1820. The Baptists established their home missionary society in 1832. Some of the churches have women's home missionary societies, which supplement, in a wise and successful way, the regular work of the churches with which they are connected. The field which these latter societies have chosen has been chiefly in the South, on the frontier, and especially in Utah. The American Home Missionary Society was formed in 1826. It is mainly supported by the Congregationalists, as is also the American Missionary Association. The work of these and other societies in our own land is one of the most promising and important which can engage the attention of our people. Our national history thus far has been more or less of an experiment. It is for the churches to say whether, in the very highest and largest sense, the Republic of the United States shall prove a success, and its liberty shall continue to enlighten the world. End of chapter 26. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 27 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, The Sunday School. As in England, so in America, efforts were put forth for the religious instruction of children, entirely independent of the work of Raikes in 1780, from which the Sunday School, as an organized institution, takes its rise. As early as 1641, the General Court of Massachusetts Colony provided for catechizing the children. The Scriptures were memorized with great assiduity. There is historic proof of a number of Sunday school beginnings. In Roxbury, Massachusetts, in 1674, 2 years later in Norwich, Connecticut, in Plymouth, Massachusetts, in 1680, in Newtown, Long Island, in 1683, by the Schwenkfelders in Berks and Montgomery counties, Pennsylvania, in 1734, in Ephrata, Pennsylvania, by Ludwig Hocker, in 1740, a school continuing for 30 years with gratuitous instruction, children's meetings, and having many revivals, in Bethlehem, Connecticut, by Reverend Joseph Bellamy, in 1740, in Philadelphia, by Mrs. Greening, in 1744, in Columbia, Connecticut, by Reverend Eleazar Wheelock, in 1763, and in 1786, by Bishop Asbury, at the house of Thomas Crenshaw, in Hanover County, Virginia. After 1790, many schools sprang up. In January 1791, the First Day, or Sunday School Society, was formed in Philadelphia to secure the religious instruction of poor children on Sunday. These schools were isolated instances, and it cannot be said that any one of them was the original of the American Sunday School. Since the beginning of the 19th century, the Sunday School in America has enjoyed a remarkable growth. In no part of the world has it possessed such an hospitable field. The visit of Mrs. Bethune and Mrs. Graham, earnest Sunday school workers, to England about 1803, and the visit of Reverend Robert May, of London, to America in 1811, gave the cause a permanent growth. May was an enthusiastic believer in Sunday schools, and he suggested many improved methods. Sunday school unions were organized in New York and Boston in 1816, and in Philadelphia in 1817. Out of these grew the American Sunday School Union in 1824. This is an undenominational society, and it has been of incalculable service to the cause both as a missionary and a publishing organization. In 1826, the Methodist Episcopal Church formed its own Sunday School Union, and the other denominations have also taken the work into their own hands. The agent of the Sunday School Union is often one of the first representatives of Christianity to set foot in many a pioneer settlement, and the Sunday school he organizes is invariably the nucleus of the coming church. In 1889, at the World's Sunday School Convention in London, the following statistics were reported for the United States. Sunday schools, 101,824. Teachers, 1,100,104. Scholars, 8,345,431. Total membership, 9,445,535. The membership must be now nearly 10 millions. A large part of early Sunday school instruction was in the elementary English branches. By and by, with the development of the common schools, religious instruction came more and more to the front. Often, and that to the present day in some parts of the country, instruction in the alphabet and elementary reader and in the Bible proceeded side by side. James Gall, in his End and Essence of Sabbath School Teaching and his Nature's Normal School, aimed to introduce an improved lesson system into Scotland, which was also used in some schools in America as early as 1820. Stowe's training system, giving prominence to pictorial methods of instruction, aided in reforming the excessive use of the memory. A thorough advance in America was effected by the introduction of the Uniform Limited Lessons, prepared in 1825, and adopted by the American Sunday School Union and its hundreds of auxiliaries in 1826. This scheme contemplated a 5 years' course of study for the whole Bible, one and the same lesson for all, of from 7 to 15 verses, questions and comments in at least 3 grades, and reviews. This was really a revolution in Sunday school methods. At once the institution assumed an importance never approached before. In 1840, the London Sunday School Union adopted a similar scheme. Mimpriss introduced in England in 1844 an excellent method for the study of the Gospels in a graduated simultaneous series, which was republished in this country, and exerted a considerable influence. In 1871, a meeting of Sunday school publishers in New York, at the request of the Executive Committee of the National Sunday School Convention, agreed upon a scheme of lessons for 1872. At the Indianapolis Convention in that year, a lesson committee was appointed to arrange a course of lessons for 7 years, covering the whole Bible, and which was recommended for the use of the Sunday schools throughout the country." This excellent plan was adopted in 1873. The same system, now called the International System of Sunday School Lessons, has contributed more towards Bible study than all other agencies combined. Conventions, teachers' meetings, normal classes, and other auxiliary means have helped to perfect the Sunday school idea. A rich literature has grown up. The presses of all the churches have furnished for the Sunday school library not only works in biography, history, travel, religion, adventure, and fiction, but they have also given admirable and scholarly works for the understanding of the Bible. End of chapter 27. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 28 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28, Christian Literature. Elementary religious works were produced at an early period. The New England Primer, during the 18th century, was the little manual which was regarded in New England as necessary for every child's instruction. The Catechism prepared by Richard Mather and John Cotton, entitled Spiritual Milk for Babes, appeared in many forms and for many years, and was incorporated into the New England Primer of later date. It was made a part of a primer for the colony of Connecticut, and published about 1715. The New England Primer absorbed the necessary parts of other elementary works, and was published in the various colonies. It was edited by many competent hands, and adapted itself to the political changes of the colonies. At one time it was strongly anti-Catholic. It was loyal to the British king when it was necessary so to be. But in due time it produced Washington's portrait as its frontispiece. The New England Primer Improved was the later and final form. It contained hymns by Watts, easy spelling and reading lessons, prayers, acrostics, the Shorter Catechism, and the celebrated Dialogue between Christ, Youth, and the Devil. The picture of John Rogers at the stake, surrounded by his wife and children, was always a necessary illustration. The alphabetic couplets beginning with "In Adam's fall we sinned all," and closing with "Zacchaeus he did climb the tree his Lord to see," were never omitted, as needful exposition of the truth to accompany the quaint illustrations. The Psalterium Americanum, edited by Cotton Mather, was used for worship extensively. The whole Book of Psalms, published in 1640, and the first English book printed in the Western Hemisphere, was a literal reprint of the received version. It was as near an approach to the Psalter of the Established Church as the antipathies of the Puritan fathers would allow. The great basis of the New England faith was the Westminster Catechism. It was the universal guide. Each pastor in the colonial period proceeded according to its requirements. It was regarded as the great modern triumph of Christianity in Europe. Sermons were preached upon it, and books were published in exposition of it. Samuel Willard, for example, covered a space of 19 years by delivering 250 lectures on the Shorter Catechism. His works were published after his death in a ponderous volume, the first folio produced by the American press. Sermons were a favorite form of religious literature. Watts's Psalms and Hymns went through numerous editions. Religious biography, such as the Journal of Whitefield and others, was in general demand. Reprints of Baxter's practical works were common. Only a short time elapsed before a good practical work in England found its way to Boston and came out from the press of Neeland, Bumstead, or some other printer of that place. The fruits of the colonial press now appear exceedingly primitive, but they formed an essential part of the religious foundation of the country, and proved to us the early determination of the colonists to develop a religious literature independent of the mother country. The religious literature of the recent period has taken on a more popular character. To no one writer is America indebted more than to Jacob Abbott for the power of religion over the popular mind. After leaving the Eliot Congregational Church in Roxbury, Massachusetts, in 1836, of which he was pastor for 2 years, he devoted his whole time to the writing of religious books. These have had an enormous sale. He made religion attractive and inaugurated a new era in the treatment of such themes. As soon as the Sunday school began to use the circulating library, a demand arose for a literature that would combine fascinating interest with pure moral instruction. This demand has been abundantly supplied in a Sunday school literature the most captivating in the world. Writers like Daniel Wise, Edward Everett Hale, Richard Newton, Mrs. A. D. T. Whitney, Julia A. Eastman, and Pansy, Mrs. G. R. Alden, have furnished the present generation with religious books of unparalleled interest and power. Some of the works of Newton have been translated into 20 languages. The most recent phase of this subject is the popularity of books of scholarly and thoughtful cast. Volumes of sermons and other discussions in religion by vigorous and progressive thinkers, who are heartily in sympathy with historic Christianity, pass through many editions in a few years. The best preachers command a vast audience through their books and the weekly publication of their sermons. Religious newspapers and magazines have a wide circulation, which is constantly increasing. Judging from the sale of books, There never was so much popular interest in religion as at present. In no country has the religious press so prominent a place as in the United States, and that place is richly deserved by superior merit. Thomas Prince, 1722-48, son of the famous pastor of the Old South Church, published the first American periodical. It was called The Christian History, containing accounts of the revival and propagation of religion in Great Britain and America for 1743. Boston, 1744-45, 2 volumes. It was published weekly. The Connecticut Evangelical Magazine began in 1800 in Hartford, and continued 10 years. The Massachusetts Missionary Magazine began in Boston in 1803. The Panoplist, begun in 1805, was merged into it in 1808. The name was changed to that of Missionary Herald in 1822, and under that familiar name the magazine has continued to the present time. Other religious and theological magazines and quarterlies followed. The first of the present religious newspapers was the Congregationalist, which began under the title of The Boston Recorder, January 3, 1816. The next in order of time were the Religious Intelligencer in 1816, the Watchman in 1819, the Christian Mirror in 1822, Zion's Herald in 1823, New York Observer in 1823, the Christian Advocate in 1826, the Morning Star in 1826. Many other great denominational papers followed in quick succession. In the Chautauqua literary and scientific circle, the reading habit has found one of its most stimulating incitements. This movement originated in an assembly held at Chautauqua Lake, New York, in 1874. It has rapidly developed into an annual institution, and continues its immense influence through the year by a reading course. The varied courses of studies, lectures, and readings have been enjoyed by thousands every year, and the number visiting Chautauqua for these purposes is rapidly multiplying. Such work has brought new life and light to many homes, and by the communion of delightful studies has brightened the dull routine of daily toil. Bishop John H. Vincent and the Honorable Lewis Miller were the originators of the Chautauqua movement. President Harper, of the University of Chicago, is the principal of its varied schools. From the day of the Bay Psalm Book and Wigglesworth's Day of Doom to the verse of Ray Palmer is a history fraught with notable achievements in Christian song. America has contributed her share to the general chorus. The more notable of our hymn writers have been recognized by the whole Christian world. Timothy Dwight, died 1817, the president of Yale College, was a renowned theologian in his time, but he is now known most of all for his hymn, which is sung the world over, "I love thy kingdom, Lord." Samuel Davies, died 1761, one of the most eloquent and powerful preachers of the American Church, wrote, "Lord, I am thine, entirely thine." James Waddell Alexander, died 1859, of princely origin, was happy in his translation of German hymns. The old Passion hymn, "O Sacred Head now wounded," is the best known. Bishop George W. Doane, died 1859, wrote, "Softly now the light of day." His brethren in the Episcopal Church, Bishop Henry W. Onderdonk and William Augustus Muhlenberg, have also produced some masterpieces. The latter, who died in 1877, was a man of saintly life and of noble influence on the Christian life and thought of his time. His hymns, like Noah's Weary Dove and I Would Not Live Alway, will long continue to express the sentiments of innumerable souls until the discords of earth are lost in the harmonies of the song of Moses and the Lamb. The poet Bryant is known by several hymns found in all the hymnals, and John Pierpont has given us O Thou to whom in ancient times, and The Winds Are Hushed, the Peaceful Moon. Phoebe Cary wrote many sweet lyrics of trust and hope. Her best-known hymn is One Sweetly Solemn Thought. William B. Tappan, died 1849, was an industrious poet. His There is an Hour of Peaceful Rest and 'Tis Midnight and on Olive's Brow are familiar to Christians in all parts of the world. Augustus L. Hillhouse, died 1859, wrote one of the grandest poems in the English language, Trembling Before Thine Awful Throne. Edward H. Sears, author of one of the best studies of John's Gospel, the Fourth Gospel, the Heart of Christ, gave us two inspiring Christmas hymns, Calm on the Listening Ear of Night, and It Came Upon the Midnight Clear. Bishop Arthur Cleveland Cox is the author of Oh, Where Are Kings and Empires Now? How Beauteous Are the Marks Divine, and In the Silent Midnight Watches. Ray Palmer, died 1887, stands at the head of all our American hymn writers, and by the side of the immortal masters of universal Christian song. Some of his hymns are perfect. Like the best of Wesley's and Watts and Topladies, they seem the fruit of a divine inspiration. They are exquisite in form, and breathe the majestic spirit of Christian faith and the profound humility of Christian devotion. All of our great poets have contributed to our hymnology. Longfellow, Whittier, Bryant, Holmes have written single lyrics which greatly enrich the sacred poetry of the Church Universal. End of chapter 28. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 29 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29, The American Pulpit. The American pulpit has occupied a large place in the religious history of the country. The first preachers were men of remarkable gifts. Thoroughly educated, for the most part in Cambridge, England, devoted to Bible study and to the investigation of the severest theological problems, active in temporal affairs, the first ministers of the colonies made their influence felt on the whole life of the country. This was particularly true of New England, where the clergy had a fair field. They were the real founders of the New England commonwealths. In their Fast Day and Thanksgiving Day discourses, they discussed public questions with great ability and perfect frankness. The legislators derived their best advice from the ministers, who never avoided the full and just treatment of great public questions. They were the chief promoters of every educational movement. They founded the early colleges. They knew their power. They magnified their office. No Stuart king was reverenced more by ardent loyalist than the New England minister by his flock. But in this case no men were more worthy of that reverence. As Professor Moses Coit Taylor says, quote, "For once in the history of the world, the sovereign power was in the hands of sovereign men." End quote. In holiness of life, in intellectual breadth and acuteness, in devotion to their calling, they were a body of men unsurpassed in the history of the founding of great commonwealths. Their support was often scanty, a piece of land and a few $100s. They were often paid in produce. Poor in all things except the wealth of brains and faith, the preachers of the colonial period of America have made many rich. The New England sermon, until quite a late period, was a magnificent specimen of intellectual athletics. The deepest problems of religion were ventilated with a completeness and logical thoroughness of which the preaching at this age can give us but little conception. If one sermon was insufficient for this purpose, the subject was continued the next Sunday. Indeed, it might run through the year, or the years. Doctrinal preaching was largely in vogue. Abstract points of metaphysical theology were then living questions in which the people were intensely interested. Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe, as one to the manner born, has interpreted the New England mind in her Minister's Wooing. She there represents the men and matrons of the age succeeding the Revolution as discussing over their work the theology of the long, abstruse sermons of the preceding Sabbath. They entered into these debates with keen relish. The pulpit was the sole fountain of popular instruction. Happily enough, it was not then confronted with the many rivals which now contest its influence. The preachers rose to their opportunities, and from their high vantage ground they spoke with power and authority. They were the uncrowned kings of the age. The pulpit was the only throne known to the colonies. In the past more than today, the American clergy have been the leaders in all movements for liberty and the better time. In the War for Independence, they thundered from their pulpits against English oppression, and aroused the people to enthusiasm. Both in the North and South, the clergy were heroes on the field and in council, and were among the first to foresee the necessity of revolution and the sublime destiny of the country. Without the clergy of that critical time, the independence of the United States could not have been achieved. The same fact appears in the Civil War of 1861 65. In the gradual development of the spirit of emancipation of the slaves, the clergy performed their full share. Many of them, indeed, were conservative, and took no active part in the discussions. Others spoke out boldly. Samuel Hopkins, in Newport, lifted up his voice against the slave trade, then actively conducted by New England dealers. He was fierce in his attacks, even though some members of his congregation were engaged in the business. He devised a scheme of colonization by which he hoped to solve the problem. Theodore Parker was a mighty champion in the same cause. Henry Ward Beecher told the members of his church, in Brooklyn, on becoming their pastor, that he expected to wage war against slavery, and that he desired a free field. Many less influential were no less outspoken. The Temperance Reform has called out the earnest efforts of the clergy. Justin Edwards devoted his life to this cause. Hitchcock at Amherst and Beecher at Litchfield were sturdy champions. If to some the ministry did not move fast enough along lines of reform, it can be said that the adherence of the clergy has made this and every other beneficent movement possible. Many of the American clergy have been famous for the quickening power of their preaching. Great revivals and organized movements have been prompted by their appeals. Edward N. Kirk, of the Mount Vernon Congregational Church, Boston, exercised a most fruitful ministry. Asahel Nettleton was active as an evangelist in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York from 1812 to 1822. He was a strong Calvinist, and vigorously opposed the methods and doctrines of Finney. Finney himself labored with marvelous success in evangelistic work from 1824 to 1860. Even after his installation as professor at Oberlin in 1835, he traveled through the country on his revival mission. He used simple language, was clear, logical, and direct in his presentation of the truth. He analyzed the motives with a master hand, and his appeals to the conscience were overwhelming. Both his preaching and methods were similar to those already employed by the Methodists, and for a time he was bitterly opposed by some Congregational and Presbyterian ministers. These conservatives held a convention in New Lebanon, New Hampshire, to decide what to do concerning Finney's innovations. Lyman Beecher, though progressive enough in some matters, was among Finney's opponents. Beecher was a powerful preacher, and his own labors were not without permanent results in the quickening of the churches. Benjamin Abbott carried on a marvelous ministry in New Jersey in the second and third decades of the 19th century. He was the founder of many Methodist churches in that state. Peter Cartwright, the Methodist pioneer in the West, was a man of original mold, with a strong dash of eccentricity. The preaching of him and of many of his co-laborers was attended with remarkable demonstrations. The days of Pentecost were repeated. Cartwright received over 10,000 people into the church. The Revue des Deux Mondes, in a full treatment of his career, has presented Cartwright's work as a type of the pioneer religious life of the United States. His life reads like a romance. Recently, under Moody and other evangelists, revivals on a large scale have been witnessed. Many eminent preachers have shed honor upon the American Church. In no field of our ecclesiastical life has there been reaped a richer or more enduring harvest. In these later times, the following, among others, deserve mention. Edward Payson was a man of preeminent holiness and purity of character. He was the pastor of the Second Congregational Church of Portland, Maine, from 1807 until his death in 1827. It has been said that his Life and Sermons have been, "more read at home and abroad than the writings of any other New England divine, except Timothy Dwight." John Summerfield was an Englishman, who, in 1821, entered the Methodist ministry in New York. His career was brief, but it was one of remarkable brilliancy and success. He drew vast crowds by his astonishing eloquence. Henry B. Bascom, of the Methodist Episcopal Church, South, who died in Louisville in 1850, had a national reputation as a preacher. Horace Bushnell, of Hartford, died 1876, was the Frederick William Robertson of America. His sermons were bold and original, and remarkably suggestive in their unfolding and application of spiritual truth. Henry Ward Beecher was an important name in the history of American preaching. He was the son of Lyman Beecher, and began his ministry at Lawrenceburg, Indiana, in 1837, whence in 2 years he was called to Indianapolis. From 1847 until his death, March 8, 1887, he was the pastor of Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, where he achieved a world-wide reputation. His frankness and unconventionality, his warm human sympathies, and his intrepid advocacy of every moral reform, his marvelous insight into certain aspects of the gospel and of the character of Christ, the sweep of his imagination, and his splendid oratorical gifts, all these things gave him a phenomenal success as a preacher. He cared nothing for theology as a system. Indeed, he had little theological ability. His mind was not logical and constructive, but intuitional. He had a great heart, and the supreme object of his ministry was human helpfulness. His long ministry of 40 years in Brooklyn is the most famous, perhaps, in the annals of church history. It may be fitly compared, because of fervid eloquence, combative force against popular errors, and lengthy continuance, to the immortal career of Chrysostom in Antioch and Constantinople. Matthew Simpson was one of the most powerful and magnetic preachers of the American Church. With a vivid imagination, a far-reaching and melodious voice, a keen perception of the very central truths of the gospel, an intense sympathy with the masses, and a powerful and subtle grasp of the need of great reforms, he long stood as leader of the Methodist Episcopal Church, in council, on the platform, and in the pulpit. In lofty and overpowering speech, Bishop Simpson takes just rank among the most eloquent preachers of the Anglo-Saxon pulpit. Many other names occur in the history of American preaching. James L. Hawks, John McClintock, Thomas Gard, William Adams, John P. Thompson, Edwin H. Chapin, William R. Williams, George W. Bethune, Thomas Starr King, James Freeman Clarke, Otis H. Tiffany. These names represent many more who have shown that in the matter of preaching, the United States has been behind no country in the world. End of chapter 29. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 30 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Theology of the American Church. The early American theology was serious and fundamental. The doctrinal differences of the Old World had caused the Puritan emigration. The thinking revolved about the foundations of Christianity. Never was so much theological meditation, fortified by appropriate Scripture proofs, produced amid such humble surroundings as in our early New England colonies. The echoes from the Westminster Assembly were heard throughout New England, and produced their effect in the log house of the humblest colony. Theological terms were well understood, and the finer points had their discriminating judges in men clad in homespun. The Bible was uppermost in every mind. A doctrinal tenet which was purely speculative and had no direct scriptural proof passed as of little value. The Westminster Catechism, the Savoy Confession, and the 39 Articles of the Church of England were the universal bases of belief. These were claimed to be derived directly from the Bible, and stood next to it in the love of the people. The Scriptures were read daily in the domestic circle, and often the head of the family used the original Hebrew and Greek. Scriptural themes were frequent in academic use. Cotton Mather's address, on taking his degree as Bachelor of Arts, was based on the divinity of the Hebrew points. "We record," says an author, "at our country's origin a favorable impulse to the employment of our native good sense in theological investigation. For our fathers made an open renunciation of all prescriptive systems, and took the Bible alone for their text-book." The liberalizing period came as a result of the introduction of the halfway covenant. Many persons coming into the Church without profession of regeneration, a large amount of loose theology came with them. Less attention was given to the confessions. The Bible was regarded as of less importance than in the earlier time. Many people looked upon the severer thinking of their fathers as good enough for the beginning of colonial life, but not suited to the more advanced period. The reaction against the scriptural letter opened wide the door for a too liberal theological tendency. The result was the Unitarian revolt. The controversial period was the next stage in our theology. While the great revival at the middle of the 18th century did much to restore the old theological firmness, the tendency now was to a discussion of great scriptural themes. Jonathan Edwards, of Northampton, by his work on The Freedom of the Will, opened the door to a line of controversy which has broken out afresh at intervals ever since. His work was the best philosophical structure ever reared on the Calvinistic theology, whether in the Old World or the New. The Congregationalists were most affected by this controversy. While the Presbyterians were agitated by the discussion, they were never diverted from a line which they early chose, the literary qualifications of their ministry, a thorough Christian experience, and a zeal in occupying new territory. The favorite theological textbooks of the pre-Revolutionary period had been Ames's Medulla, Wohleb's Compendium, and Willard's Body of Divinity. But some other works came in to take their place. The writings of Edwards, who is the real founder of New England theology, took the place of these primitive works. The three authors who built on the Edwardian foundation were Bellamy, in his True Religion, Smalley, in his Distinction between Natural and Moral Inability, and Hopkins, in his Reduction of Disinterested Love to a System of Theology. The Hopkinsian theology was a toning down of the strict Calvinism of Edwards and his school. The leaders were Hopkins, Bellamy, the younger Edwards, West, Spring, and Emmons. They differed from the elder Calvinism as to the nature of human depravity, the imputation of Adam's sin, the nature and extent of the atonement, and the natural inability of the unregenerate to become Christians. They were warm advocates of revivals, benevolent institutions, and missionary movements, and they founded the Theological Magazine, New York, the Evangelical Magazine, Connecticut, and the Missionary Magazine, Massachusetts. The strict Edwardian Calvinists and the Hopkinsians were two distinct classes at the beginning of the present century. Each operated on the other favorably. In due time they approached and amalgamated, though without any formal action. The union of the Calvinistic Panoplist with the Hopkinsian Missionary Magazine in 1808 was one of the public evidences of the amalgamation. Leonard Woods, of Andover, was a judicious and moderate theologian, who stood squarely on Calvinistic principles without pushing them to an extreme. Nathaniel Emmons, of Franklin, Massachusetts, carried still further Hopkins's liberalizing of Edwards. He emphasized the freedom of the will and free volition as essential to every good or bad act. He rejected the transference of Christ's righteousness. The influence of this godly and venerable pastor and theologian was most profound on later New England thought. Nathaniel W. Taylor, of the Divinity School of Yale College, sought to relieve the Calvinistic doctrine of sin of its difficulties. His theological lectures and works created widespread consternation among the more conservative, and led to the formation of the East Windsor, Connecticut, Theological School under Bennett Taylor, his bitter opponent. This institution has developed into the present Hartford Theological Seminary. Edwards A. Park, the pupil of Emmons, was the Nathaniel W. Taylor of Andover. He was a teacher of great intellectual acuteness and breadth, and completely emancipated the congregational theology from the last remnant of strict Calvinism. The quickening power of his influence on multitudes of pupils who have carried his theological method further than the master is one of the most notable facts in the recent history of the Church. The present Andover theology is in the direct line of this development. It is due to the extension of the idea of the universal atonement of Christ. The recent trial of the Andover professors for heresy under the Seminary Creed has been decided by the Supreme Court of Massachusetts, though on another and technical issue, in favor of the professors. The Unitarian development arose as a protest against the old Calvinism, and was fostered by the intellectual atmosphere of New England and the decline of spiritual religion. It has recently thrown out many of those positive elements which linked it to historic Christianity. Some of its representatives have adopted the extreme of German rationalism, while others adhere to the borderland of the Orthodox faith. The Presbyterian Church has gone through a similar experience with the Congregational. It has been helpless to prevent the disintegration of the severer creeds of the post-Reformation age. The old school fought tenaciously for the traditional conceptions, but at the reunion of the Church in 1870, the new school obtained complete recognition. It was the ruling school in the North. Henry B. Smith, professor in the Union Theological Seminary, New York, from 1850 until his resignation on account of ill health in 1874, was the real father of the most modern and aggressive Presbyterian theology. The notable personality of this devout scholar and theologian is one of the rare heritages of the American Church. The Hodges, of Princeton, were able champions of the old school. At present, Princeton stands as the representative of the strict orthodoxy of the Presbyterian Church. In the Union Theological Seminary, Professor Charles A. Briggs, the pupil and follower of Henry B. Smith, is under trial for heresy. The partnership between Princeton and Union in the conduct of a most able and admirable theological periodical, the Presbyterian Review, 1880 to 89, was dissolved. A revision of the Westminster Confession has been undertaken, which is proceeding on very conservative lines. The present outlook is that the younger and more progressive thinkers, the pupils of Smith, Schaff, and Hitchcock, and like-minded theologians, will yet occupy hospitable places in their ancestral home. The Irenical period is the latest stage in American theology. While each of the great religious denominations has its theological system and has developed its systematic theology from the basis of its confession, there has been a notable absence of the polemic spirit. The Edwardian theory of the will has been ably answered by Whedon, from an American point of view, but without acrimony. The universal tendency now is, in treating doctrinal theology, not to pull down another, but to build up one's own system. Everywhere the spirit is constructive. In spite of appearances that indicate the contrary, the animus of theology at present is peaceful and mediatory. The purpose is more and more to emphasize the great underlying truths on which all churches stand, and to free the evangelical faith from embarrassing and unnecessary inferences and additions. The reconciling influence of Arminian theology, which at the beginning of the 19th century was dreaded as a dangerous importation, has been most salutary. But there are many factors which have contributed towards a larger tolerance and a more generous Catholicity. The churches are uniting on a basis of the fundamental doctrines of Christ to carry on an aggressive campaign against the kingdom of darkness. The points of disagreement are seen to be comparatively few and minor. The true growth of the Church, both in spiritual power and in the respect and homage of men, is found to be not only consistent with the free expression of individual opinion and the untrammeled development of theology, but to require such freedom of expression and development. The essential doctrines of the gospel were never more cordially believed than is the case today. The American Church is more and more inclined to settle down on the cardinal truths of Christianity, and, without laying again the foundations, or compromising any of the essentials of belief, to go forward to meet the great questions which humanity has too long been asking, but in vain. End of chapter 30. Part 5, Section 2, Chapter 31 of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31, Theological Scholarship. The contributions of the American Church to theological science, even from the early colonial period, have been important. The development of biblical scholarship has been very rapid, especially within the last 100 years. Moses Stuart, of Andover, was the most notable of the early interpreters of the sacred text, and so far surpassed all predecessors that he may be called the father of biblical literature in America. He was the first to bring to his task as an exegete the requisite first-hand knowledge, and to inspire others with his enthusiasm for scholarship. His name in this respect is the most eminent of any in the history of our land. He broke the ground in 1813 by a Hebrew grammar, and he continued until he died, January 4th, 1852. His last book, a commentary on the Book of Proverbs, was published in that year. When he printed his Hebrew grammar, he was compelled to set up the types of about half the paradigms of the verbs with his own hands. He was the pioneer also in introducing German theological works into this country. He here achieved a great triumph in overcoming a deep prejudice, but he conferred a lasting boon on American students for all time to come in opening to them the wealth of the evangelical learning of Germany. He was himself an expositor of the Bible, of rare insight and judgment. Contemporaneous with him was Samuel H. Turner, professor of the General Theological Seminary, Episcopal, New York, from 1818 until his death in 1861. He also shared with Stuart the opprobrium of translating German works on the Bible, and published original commentaries and other works. Turner was an earnest scholar and a sound commentator, and he achieved much for American biblical scholarship. Edward Robinson was the third member of this illustrious trio of pioneers. In 1823 he assisted his friend and colleague, Professor Stuart, in getting out a second edition of the latter's Hebrew grammar. His life was devoted to his science. His greatest work was his Biblical Researches in Palestine, Mount Sinai, and Arabia Petraea, the first edition of which was published in 1841. It was the first attempt in modern times to open up the Bible lands after thorough and patient exploration. It was a monumental work, and all the later books on the Bible have drawn from it as from a fountain. William M. Thompson, in The Land and the Book, shows how the lands of the Bible, as seen today, confirm the scriptural narrative. Andrews Norton, who taught sacred literature in Harvard from 1813 to 1830, was also an early worker in the biblical field. His great work on The Genuineness of the Gospels was published in Boston, 1837 to 44. He is the Lardner of America. Coming down to later times, we name only representatives of a large class of biblical scholars. Ezra Abbott, a textual critic of worldwide reputation, author of an invaluable monograph on the external evidences of the fourth gospel; Caspar René Gregory, whom Abbott assisted in the publication of the Prolegomena to the eighth larger edition of Tischendorf's Greek Testament; Horatio B. Hackett, one of the noblest Christian scholars of modern times, whose Commentary and Acts is a work of exceptional value, and who, with Abbott, assisted in editing the American edition of Smith's Bible Dictionary; Thomas J. Conant, the learned and patient translator of the Bible for the American Bible Union; Joseph Addison Alexander, a man of vast learning, who at Princeton helped Stewart of Andover in popularizing German biblical scholarship, but, like Stewart, was also an independent explorer; Follis H. Newhall, a brilliant scholar; Henry J. Ripley, whose life connects the early and later period; Enoch C. Wines, famous in another department of labor, whose Commentaries on the Laws of the Ancient Hebrews has established his reputation in this department; George R. Noyes, one of the older commentators, an accurate and reverent translator; Charles Hodge, Daniel D. Whedon, James Strong, and William Nast, who have done honor to the Universal Church by their priceless labors in the field of biblical science. In historical theology there has been an excellent beginning. America being far removed from the conflicts and prejudices of the Old World, there is no reason why there should not here prevail the judicial spirit. Some of our young American scholars in general history, beginning their historical studies in the German universities, have transplanted to our shores at once the pure historical spirit and the rare historical fruits of the long and calm investigation of German historians. America preceded England as the discoverer of the historical treasures of Germany. Bancroft, Motley, and others of our young men feasted their eyes upon the stores of historical wealth in Gottingen. They only prepared the way for a great habit — the American study of history in Germany and a sustained familiarity with the latest historical literature of the continent in general. This early drinking at the German fountains of history applies also to historical theology. George P. Fisher, of Yale, was a student in Halle, and without his German training there had not been his superb histories, which have appeared during the last 2 decades. Henry B. Smith's edition of Hagenbach's History of Christian Doctrines is a masterpiece of scholarship. The same great scholar revised and completed Geisler's History of the Church, and wrote himself a History of the Church in 16 chronological tables. Philip Schaff is the greatest of all our church historians. A native of Switzerland and a student under the noble and pure Neander, he came to this country when a young man, and has devoted his life to teaching and authorship. There is hardly a department of theological science which he has not made richer by his labors. But it is as an historian of the Church that his scholarship has been most important and his fame most enduring. His example has been an inspiration to many young men who will enrich the historiography of the Church of the future. Lyman Coleman has investigated Christian antiquities, and Charles W. Bennett has given us the best single work on Christian archaeology. Charles W. Baird and his brother Henry M. Baird have made thorough studies of the Huguenot emigration to America, and their father, Robert Baird, was the first to give a connected historical account of religion in America. Dorchester has produced a History of Christianity in the United States, which is a storehouse of valuable facts. Leonard Bacon has written a History of the Origin of the New England Churches, entitled Genesis of the New England Churches. Henry M. Dexter was an accomplished student of Puritan history, and his works are of great and permanent value. His Congregationalism of the Last 300 Years as Seen in Its Literature is one of the most important works in church history produced on either side of the Atlantic. While Stuart was bringing forward his exegetical treasures from Germany, James Murdoch, at the same institution, was doing the same work for the German church historians, adding, himself, most valuable materials. Ezra H. Gillett was an historian of painstaking research. His Life and Times of John Huss and History of the Presbyterian Church are comprehensive works. Hatfield, Nutter, and Duffield have written valuable works on the history of hymns. The latter's investigations into Latin hymnology are specially worthy of mention. Charles P. Krauth has given the results of his study of the Reformation in a notable volume, and E. J. Wolfe has published a graphic account of the Lutherans in America. America has achieved preeminent success in theology proper. The long line of New England theologians is a list of sturdy thinkers which no other land surpasses. Charles Hodge was for over a generation the Nestor of Calvinism. His Systematic Theology is a textbook wherever the English language is spoken. His son, Archibald A. Hodge, continued his father's work in his father's spirit and with his father's ability. Robert J. Breckenridge was the Charles Hodge of the South, though lacking in a certain catholicity of view which characterized the great Princeton theologian. James Richards did good service at Auburn. Daniel D. Whedon was a most virile thinker. His prelections are among the finest specimens of theological debate to be found anywhere. James W. Dale is famous for his elaborate works on baptism. Louis F. Stearns left one of the most important books of the present time as the monument of his short life, namely, The Evidence of Christian Experience. J. P. Boyce and J. L. Dagg, both Baptists, have treated systematic theology. Horace Bushnell exerted a wide influence on the thought of his time. His works on Christian Nurture and on The Vicarious Sacrifice are among the most suggestive treatises in the whole range of theology. Charles G. Finney impressed his views of truth on a wide circle of pupils and hearers. He was the founder of the Oberlin theology. Enoch Pond was a veteran instructor and author. Henry B. Smith mediated between Calvinism and modern theology. His posthumous lectures, edited by his pupil, the late Professor Carr, are among the most valuable books of the kind in our literature. Minor Raymond was the first Methodist theologian to produce a complete systematic theology. Randolph S. Foster after a number of minor theological discussions, such as Beyond the Grave and similar works, began a colossal undertaking in systematic theology under the general title of Studies in Theology. Stephen M. Merrill has treated certain departments of systematic theology, especially in eschatology and baptism, with great skill. John Miley has produced a systematic theology at once original, liberal, and fully recognizing the latest investigations. Every theological seminary has its authority in this science, and men now venerable have made able contributions in published volumes. The churches of Europe have produced the most scholarly treatises on pastoral theology known to Christian literature. The conduct of a parish has been sung in the poems of George Herbert and others, developed by Baxter and many other writers in special treatises, and illustrated by the labors of Baxter, Howe, and many generations of devoted pastors. Many of them have become the honored teachers of the American Church. We have depended mostly on the German writers, whose treatises have been translated into English and made to do service in the United States. The most popular of the foreign works of this class has been Vinet's Pastoral Theology, which, however, has been left in the background by later works. Theology, as an applied science, has had in the United States an unparalleled field for experiment. The problems of Christian life and work with us are so numerous as to remove the science of pastoral theology quite out of the limitations of the state churches, and to give it a larger place in the service of the Church. The labors of Ebenezer Porter, James W. Alexander, Daniel P. Kidder, and Austin Phelps are fair specimens of how well the American mind can conduct the treatment of great pastoral questions. All practical subjects have been discussed with singular fullness and promptness. Hitchcock, Behrens, Ely, and others have shown the relations of the labor question to Christianity. The Sunday School, in its most modern phases, has enlisted the services of Wise, Vincent, Turnbull, Hurlbut, Eggleston, and many others. Missions, evangelical work, Sabbath observance, humane efforts, and many other departments of ecclesiastical activity have interested writers of all the great churches, and the fruit of their pens has become the immortal treasure of the Church, both in Europe and America. The record which the American Church has made in the great work of Christian defense is excellent. The echoes of the skepticism of the Old World, which have reached our shores, have left no harmful result. The people of the United States, even from the early colonization of the country, have never given hospitality to the rationalism of Germany or the deism of France. Our greatest danger arose from the force of Thomas Jefferson's example of sympathy with French infidelity, and of Thomas Paine's gross skepticism. But the great revival at the beginning of the present century was of incalculable influence in producing an evangelical spirit, from which the American Church has never shown the least disposition to retire. There has been some variety in attachment to the Christian foundations. In New England, the disposition has been stronger than elsewhere to make concessions to the opponents of the Orthodox communions. In the Middle States, the field for rationalistic opinions has been less inviting, and these have never secured more than occasional favor. In the Southern States there has never been any yielding to skeptical influences. All the churches in the Southern States have, from the beginning of the colonial period down to this day, stood side by side in loyalty to the faith of the Church in its periods of reform and evangelization. The arduous experiences of James Freeman Clarke, in his pastorate of a little group of Unitarians in Louisville, are a fair type of the difficulty, from the beginning, of planting any other than principles of evangelical Christianity on Southern soil. It is in harmony with the general evangelical trend of the American Church that we should find among American theologians a goodly number of heroic defenders of evangelical faith, and yet who are advocates of a growing and aggressive theology. Indeed, in no country do we find a keener appreciation of the labors of the eminent Christian apologists of Germany, France, and Holland, such as Neander, Tholuck, Hegstenberg, Lang, Ullmann, de Pressensé, Van Prinsterer, and Van Oosterzee, than in the United States. Our American founders of a new theology have generally met with only scanty success, and have at last bequeathed but a poor inheritance to their unfortunate successors. Philip Schaff here, as in many fields, has benefited the American Church by his prompt recognition of the dangers of German rationalism. George P. Fisher, by his Supernatural Origin of Christianity, gave prompt notice that American scholarship was on the side of evangelical Christianity. William Nast, in his Introduction to the Gospels, has produced one of the most successful and convincing refutations of Strauss and his school. Joseph Cook has given such a popular rebuke to the advance of skeptical theology that all lands have been benefited by his unique career. These are representatives of a large class of men who are of supreme influence in shaping the theology of the American Church. There is every reason to expect that, in the battle for a firm and aggressive faith, the Church of the United States will be as devoted in its attachment to the divine word in the 20th century as it has been in the 3 centuries already past. End of chapter 31. End of Short History of the Christian Church by John Fletcher HURST. Thanks for listening.